Hello, gamers. How's it going? Welcome in. What's going on? How's it going, Oshik? Hello, gamer. Welcome in. You know what? My eyes have been irritated today, so we're opening up the eye drop timer again. Epic callback. Let's increase the timer to 2 hours. How do I actually... Oh. I do it that way. Yeah, crazy. It's weird now that it's like the embedded window. I need to turn that off. To not embed the game. There we go. We're just gonna keep this open on the side. So in 2 hours will I drop it up. But yeah, I did also make some changes to the overlay, so hopefully my computer runs better. I was doing some like profiling and stuff of my overlay, and it was causing my GPU to spike pretty hard on the 3D stuff. I think that was part of what was causing the issue in Maze Game. But I've since gone through here. I set a max FPS, so it's not going to be taking up resources it doesn't need. That's pretty important. And we hopefully should be good. I also just went through into the scene here and disabled a lot of the heavy effects down in here. Nobody's even going to really know the difference, so it doesn't really matter. Like, this stuff in here, like SSIL, and it looks really nice, but it just doesn't run well. So, I disabled all that stuff. Hopefully we should be running a little better now. Because it was always so weird. It's like my game, like Maze Game runs super smooth when I'm not streaming. And then as soon as I start streaming, I'm like, oh my god, this is... We get those massive like lag spikes and stuff. Trailer looks better. Yeah, I mean, it'll be slightly different, I think. I did also make a change to the way the shadows are rendered, because that was actually one of the big performance impacts, so... But I think overall it's going to be just better. The overlay shouldn't take up all my computer's resources, you know? It really should just be sort of a background thing. But yeah. I don't know what cheese time looks like yet. Let's activate it and see, just for fun. It's definitely a little different, but it's fine. Like, no, I can't believe you cleared my cheese. This is so mean. But yeah, I think we should be good to go now. Anyways, we're gonna be working on Starground. I've been getting a lot of achievements in the game, and I've tested all of them, and they're all working. So far we've got 11 in the game now, so that's pretty good. We got all the achievements for killing the bosses, for visiting the planets. Those are kind of like milestone achievements. We sort of have it broken up. The first categorization is we have like the 5 different categories. We've got automation, dungeoning, farming, economy, and then secret achievements. So that's like the first. But then I also sort of, I think, have it broken up between a couple different kinds of achievements. So there's like milestone achievements like this stuff, like visiting different planets, or killing different bosses. Those are kind of like, if you do this thing, then you've kind of, you know, taken the next step. And then there's just other little miscellaneous ones that are more like doing a specific thing, like catching a big fish or hatching an animal and stuff like that. And then the next kind of achievement that we will be messing around with at some points, but it's going to be the harder one to implement, is like a stat achievements. So stuff like killing a certain number of enemies or whatever, or automating a certain number of items. That stuff's, it's not specifically super hard to implement, but it's harder than just a little quick one trigger thing here with these, so. But I'll probably try and sprinkle at least a couple of those in. I do have some plans for those kinds of achievements, so Whoa. And that's like, here, I'm gonna look at the list. Wherever that is. Yeah, because we have like some automation ones for reaching levels of infinite research. Stuff like that, so... I do want to check really quick how far people have gone with infinite research, because I'm not sure. Let's load into the game. I need to load up one of those massive saves. I'm just curious to see, like, kind of how far people go with the levels, because if it's, like, really impossible to get to level 50, I don't want to make an achievement for that. So let's go figure that out. Once this loads up. So I'm trying to remember, like, I know I have a save in here that was pretty large, that was a recent thing. But I can't remember which one it was. It's time like these that I wish I could sort by date. I could sort by date in the file explorer, I guess. I do want to add that at some point to be able to change the sorting method. I think it was crazy mode. Yeah, day 214. Let's see how big this... what the research levels are at on this. Because I'm just genuinely curious, honestly. And now I've got that conveyor belt issue fixed, so this shouldn't crash anymore, so that's epic. Yeah, hopefully everything just runs a little bit better now while I'm streaming. I mean, I don't think Starground will be that much better just because it is sort of more of a CPU bottleneck than GPU, but honestly, I think for the scale of this factory and the fact that I'm also streaming at the same time, the game doesn't run too bad, in my opinion. I mean, of course it's not as good as something like Factorio, but it's going to be really hard to compete with that many people developing. Alright, so let's see what we're at. Okay, so this is only at 17. I think we've gone a little too far with these numbers here. So 50 seems a little out of reach. It requires 4,000 on level 18, so I'm probably... Yikes. We're probably gonna knock that down. So hey, Abra, welcome in. How's it going? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, Starground's going good. I'm just looking at some achievement stuff. I think we have the project files for these. Yeah, I'm thinking something more like that, because it seems like getting to level 10 on one of these is actually a pretty big achievement, so I think we should probably cap it at 10. I don't want to make this stuff kind of impossible to achieve, you know? Because this one is still on 17. It's not even close to 30, let alone 50. So that would be a little impossible. But yeah. Because I mean, look at the infrastructure you need for that kind of thing, man. It's wild. So yeah, we're gonna make that change. Also, I need to go reply. Hold on 1 minute, guys. But yeah, we might do Maze Game today. We'll have to see. I wouldn't be opposed. All right. So let's, I guess I can try and modify those achievements. I do have these MDP files, thank God. So I can go into these polymath, what are they called? Dilettante. I don't know what that means. Okay. Just means like a guy that cultivates an area of interest without real commitment or knowledge. Makes sense, since it is the first one. So we can go into here, go to 0, and open this with Fire Alpaca. Always. And now I can modify. I might be able to open these files in Krita. I'm not really sure, to be honest. I mean, we could try it. Just to see. It would be cool if I could. I do like Krita. I know I talk a lot of crap about Krita, but it's really not that bad. I think as far as art programs I've used, Krita is probably definitely one of the best. I don't know. So. Alright, let's see if we can open this file. I mean, for non-pixel art stuff, it's perfect, right? No, you can't open it. That's okay. I could probably just open it here and convert it to like a PDF or something, but it doesn't matter. So yes, we can move the text. There's a funny little line here. Let's just fix that really quick. Here, how do I enable, here we go, disable anti-aliasing. There we go. And there's 1 pixel, no. Disable anti-aliasing. Boom. Hey, Rooster Bagel, welcome in. How's it going? Well, let's fix these pixels too. Boom. Oh, and these. Yeah. Oops. I mean, I'm not super, like, the thing with achievements is you can go back and edit them later, so it doesn't really matter if there's little mistakes, but might as well just while we see them, fix them. Oh, there's also issues here too. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Look at that. All right, so we're going to change this text from 10 into probably 2. Yeah, I think 2, 5, 10 feels pretty fair because it is hard to get 10 in each category. It's not easy. Now, I have to somehow replicate this text style. It's like using like a square brush, I think. I don't know how to change my brush type. Oh, here's different brushes down here. I wish there was just like a block brush. Oh yeah, save the 10. You are so right. So we'll keep that around. I'm not gonna delete this. I'm just gonna resave this as a new thing, so. I guess I could just keep here. We could do this. I can take this 1 and modify it to make it look like a 2. Do I do this to drag? Oh, it's its own layer now. Okay. I've never really used Fire Alpaca, so I am unsure on how to do anything. How do I deselect? There we go, Control D. Okay. We're gaming. Let's fix the outline down here. And why is there a nerd mellow? This is for one of the achievements in Starground. I'm just changing the values on these because I realized that trying to do 50 infinite researches is wild. So we're just going to make it a little more fair. Okay, so the number 2. Actually, have I done the number 2 in any of these? 50, 2, 3, no. But I do have a 5, so we don't have to draw that one. Imagine something like that. Ooh, get those pixels. Okay. And this will just be flat. This will be curved down. And this will be fixed. Sure what infinite research is? It's like there's a couple researches in Starground that never end, so you can just keep doing them forever. So that's what it is. I really don't like how this goes over like that, but it is what it is. Hey. Yeah, let's go fix these little bits. Still needs a lot of cleaning up, but it's okay, we're almost there. Here, let's disable this layer so I can see it easier. There we go. Yeah, infinite researchers are good for having like a nice sink for your resources, you know, in late game. That's mainly what they're for. It's not something I really expect people to dabble in super early on. Some of them are nice for early stuff, but most of the infinite ones are just like after you've kind of done all the other research and just want something to put your resources into. A 2's not too bad. I didn't draw this achievement, so right now we're trying to replicate Zach's style of font. I think it's good enough. I don't want to make Zach work on this stuff right now because I'd rather have him work on a maze game, to be honest. And then we'll give this a little bit of a slope. There we go. Look at this beautiful number 2. Okay, so now we can do magic wand. Why does it have like a... What is going on here? It's like selecting the 2. I don't want it to do that. Oh, that's just brush control. Where's like my settings for this active tool? Oh, it's up here. Okay. Expand -1 pixels. This is really weird. Okay, there we go. Now I can just say 0. Boom. And then we can go through and paint the outline. We're gaming, guys. There's probably like a filter or something, I imagine, in a Fire Alpaca that just auto does an outline, but I don't know anything about this program, so... And yeah, I probably could have converted it into a Krita file, but... Or I can probably save as a PDN, or not a PDN, a PSD, which I know that Krita can accept, but it's fine. Look at that too. So we're gonna keep this one red. The only thing I would say to change here is this just a little bit. No, that's good. So let's move it over. It'll just take this place here. Hide that one. Show that guy. Check that out. The number 2, guys. Alright, let's save this now as a... Delante 2. And that's the only one we actually have to redraw, isn't it? Because we already have the 5 from 50, so... Yeah. That's pretty much it. Oh, I don't like this, though. This is not gonna fly around here, guys. Sorry. There we go. Now let's resave this. Achievement images... as a PNG. Yeah, you can export as a PSD, so probably should have just done that, but it's okay. 24-bit PNG, I guess? I don't know. All right, let's open up the other ones now. So we're gonna do 5, then 10. So multi-potentialite. Whoa. It's like different stuff in here. It's interesting how this program is actually kind of similar to how Paint.net is. In a lot of ways. It's like the balloons guy. I accidentally or intentionally buy the custom Starground hat instead of the Starground key. Do I get a hat but not the game? Well, yeah, I'll give you whatever you buy, but I'm not gonna... If you buy the hat, then you'll get the hat. I mean, I can refund you the points if you want, if you do it by accident or something, and then you can buy the other thing. So, there's no, like, risk. Alright, let's make a new layer. Put the 5 down. And I hate that the selection tool is anti-aliased. That's super cool. I mean, normally that's a good thing, but in this case, it messed up everything. Okay, and then I just want to fix the shape of this 5 just ever so slightly. Because the whole idea is it was smushed up against another number, but now it's not. So let's just do that. Easy, guys. And look at that beautiful 5. Oops. We're going to make it a little thicker because it looks better and fits with the rest of the outline. All right. I think we're pretty much good to go. Just put that guy in the center here. Like right there is good. I guess technically I don't even need to resave this as a new project file, but it's fine. I can't believe Zach has done this. It's okay. How can I have the hat but not the games? It's just I get to add a custom hat to Starground? Yeah, that's what the reward is. Oh yeah, there we go. I can turn off anti-aliasing. Epic. Yeah, I'll be completely honest. And I say on that reward too when you like go to redeem it. I don't have hats like in the game yet, so just keep in mind that if you do redeem that, you might have to wait. So Visual Dev, thank you so much for the follow. Because I'm still a little conflicted on exactly how I want to implement hats into the game. I have a couple ideas floating around. Like one is doing like hats as a physical item that you can acquire and equip, right? Because it could be kind of neat having something like that. Let me fix those white pixels. And then the other option is like, yeah, it says right there, yeah. The other option would be just having it in the character customization screen. And so, yeah, I'm just not sure how I want to go about it yet. If anybody has any preferences, do tell, do say. Because I don't know, I'm just not sure. Okay, yeah, let's replace that. I'm actually going to go just replace the other MDP file because there's no point in having the other one. I already have the text saved on there in another layer, so I can just get rid of it and then rename this as that. Now the final one, polymath, which will be 10, so we can literally just go here, copy the whole layer into here, boop, bam, now we're done. I feel like hats as an item would be pretty cool. Yeah. It might be nice to just have it sort of be a different mechanism versus the way that skins are done. Because skins are like basically not like an item. They're just like a thing that you either have or don't inside of the character customization. So, oh, does 50 have pixels on it? Ah, shoot. I'll have to copy those over. Put them onto their own layer. Oh, and let's not do anti-aliasing for this. I'll have to reselect it. Or unlocking different hats by getting achievements. Yeah, that could also be pretty neat. I think I would like to tie different skins and stuff to achievements because it's always like... I think it's always a really good way to do that. There's a couple other games that actually does do that. Like for example, Peak does that, and I've always liked it because it's like achievements that are more meaningful. It's not just a case of like, hey, you have an achievement now, but you actually like kind of get something for getting the achievement. So I totally wouldn't be opposed to that kind of system for Starground. And now that we actually do have achievements in the game, you know, it's pretty easy to add that in. So maybe we will. Can I do a like merge down or something? Here we go, merge selected layers. Let's just shift it slightly. And there's some weird, yeah, things that we have to fix here. So first off, let's grab these little bits. That one. Can I do like a global, yeah, reference? Is there a global select magic wand? Hey, Brainoid, welcome in. One thing I don't like about unlocking things with achievements is when games force you to play the game to play a style that you don't really want to. That's totally fair, yeah. I could see that as well, yeah. I don't know. I'll have to see. It's hard to say. How do I do a global wand in a frickin'... I'm not sure. There's tolerance, but that's not what I want. Do I just like hold a certain key or something? Hold control. I don't know. This is a little quirky. Sometimes there's like different magic wand types, but maybe I just need to say active layer. No. Maybe there just isn't in Fire Alpaca, which is pretty crazy if there isn't. I might just be wrong, but I don't know. I guess I'll just select each one, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Hats. I think also another thing I'm still trying to think about is like how hats are gonna like look in game and stuff, right? I'm not entirely sure. It's sort of tricky. Let's show that one, hide that one. Now show this guy again. And there we go. It's all good now. I think these are all the same color. Yeah, so we should be good here. So let's save this now. Let's save it as polymath again. Yes, replace. And then let's go ahead and export this as a PNG. And call this polymath 2. Forgot to do that for the multi-potential thing. Let's go do that. Save as. Boom. Boom. Save that as 2. There we go. All right. Now we can go put all these in and make them real achievements. Yeah. Yeah, unlocking things with achievements. Yeah, I can totally get that. I mean, that's what I think maybe hats as being a physical item would be cool for, you know? Because it could be something that you actually like find. There's a couple games that do that. One game that actually does that exact same thing. It's a wildly different game, but is V Rising. Hats in that game are just like items that can drop from enemies and stuff, and I've always kind of liked it, honestly. I think it's a pretty good way to do it. And then that one, Dragman. All right. Oh, it didn't actually drag them in. I have to do like, I have to drag them in here. All right, so now those are in. Just put those up here. Boom. The 10 does get clipped off just a little bit on that, but I think it's okay. I mean, we could resave it with just the 10 shifted over so it's a little more visible. I think we could do that. Let's just do that really quick. It's just because it has the extra exclamation mark in there, so it kind of changes things. I'll raise it up just a few pixels also, and let's get rid of that little extra thing here. It should not be there. There we go. I don't know why that has like a little black pixel there. Let's figure out where that is. I think it's on this layer, so let's do this. This really should be below the text, I think, so that we can just go like that. Alright, let's resave this. What if I buy a $40 tier 3 sub? That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, you can. Getting subs really ups the rate at which you get you know, what's the word? Twitch points. So let's see, polymath. Yeah, replace that. Yeah, tier 3 sub is wild with how many points you accrue. Because let's see, Twitch T3 sub points. They have like a chart of how fast people accrue. Double tier 3. I wouldn't recommend spending all that money on me, but technically you can if you want. But yeah. Let's go ahead and save this now as a PNG. Save it as polymath 2, I guess, just to have the other one still. It doesn't really matter, but 24-bit. All right, so now let's see what this looks like with the new polymath. It should be just a little bit easier to read, I think. Yeah, it's just, I think, positioned a little bit better. The one isn't blocked off as much. That should be good. Alrighty, let's get rid of the old one. Let's remove that layer. And now I need to make a variant for each of these that's also grayed out. Actually, I don't know. Maybe there was a version of these that are in here in the locked. Oh. Okay, we gotta do those too. This is so sad. I don't know if there's MDPs of those ones. Okay, we'll have to just see if it's in here. Shoot. Well, let's just honestly at this point load them into Krita and edit. I'd rather just do that. Okay, tier 1. Nah, don't worry about like I don't expect anybody to buy that kind of stuff, so no worries. Twitch subscription stuff, honestly, I always just look at it as a completely optional thing. Only if like people can comfortably afford that kind of thing, but I don't think it's ever, I would never recommend anybody to buy it if you can't afford it. That's just that would be a little silly. Okay, so we got to do some editing here to fill in the text. So thank you for the spin. One for mustache, by the way. Yeah, thanks. I got some wax, and it's pretty epic. It lets me do whoa, digital Iliad. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? What is going on? Yeah, welcome in, everybody. We are currently working on some Starground achievement stuff. We're gonna be getting into the new dungeon rooms in just a moment. But I just want to fix a couple things here. We had these achievements originally drawn with larger numbers for the values here, but I went into game and realized like, oh no, it's actually like almost impossible to get like 50 infinite researches. So I'm just kind of going through here and replacing the text with smaller numbers so that it's a little more feasible for people. Yeah, it's going good though. What were you up to today on your stream? How's it going? Let's just go through and fill these in. I think we're good. Okay, so now we can copy the text over from the other ones. Or actually, let's just do it from in here. We'll have to crop it a little bit. It's fine. Which one did we just do? Okay, we did the first one. Boom. So yeah, let's drop this in. Delete the extra stuff. Oops. Let's see if we can kind of crop this other gunk out. There we go. And now we got to make this black and white. Did a big refactor. Somehow nothing crashed. Nice. Got a raid and run. Have a great stream. Sounds good. Thank you so much for popping in. I do really appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. Yeah, these achievements that we're working on right now, these are for getting infinite researches in Starground. So, let's save this now as the new one. We've got a whole bunch of other achievements already done and ready to go, so it's pretty epic. Now, some of these are a little more tricky to fix. I think I can get the general idea here, but I mean, theoretically, I could pull up the other project file and drag it in and do all the stuff, but honestly, guys, I'm feeling a little lazy right now. I don't really want to do that. We'll reconstruct. It'll be fine. It feels like a art restoration, you know? Like getting rid of all the overpainting and having to uncover the true art beneath. And then reconstruct. I mean, I think this is probably about how the cheek needs to be here, but let's see what it looks like over on the other one. Yeah, that's all it is, so let's just fix it up. Or actually, it's already, like, totally fine. I didn't even, like, change it, really. Oh, and I totally realized I accidentally messed that up somehow. Oh, unless that was just not rendered in before. Okay, so we're gonna fix that here really quick. Just do that. Let's select all this stuff. Imagine that kind of goes like that or something. Maybe we went a little too far with it, like that. And then that is just like a little chin thing, so I think that just stays the same. Alright, there we go. Okay, so that one's fine. Then this one needs to be fixed. Which it just kind of goes like that. That's good enough. Now we bring the text back in. Which unfortunately it's merged again. It's fine. I don't care. It'll be okay. Let's just delete all the extra stuff. Boom. Boom. Ugh. Alrighty. That one's looking good. Let's copy the colors over just to keep it consistent. Guy. These are the locked variants of the achievement, so that's what we're doing right here. We already have the regular unlocked ones. With the way that Steam handles achievements, the unlocked and locked ones are actually two separate images, so I do notice a couple little minor issues here. Let's do that. Oops. There we go. And I don't like how I can see these pixels here, so let's just go. Meow. Good enough. And let's actually just fill in some of this with gray. So it looks good. All right, so we got this one all fixed. Let's merge that. Merge with layer, merge with layer. Now this one's good. And the last one, we just have to replace 50 with 10. So let's start working on that. I realize I'm putting these in different positions, aren't I? Or maybe before I merge these, we should actually position them and stuff. We'll do that. Now this one's a little funky. I think it goes like right there. Keep this thing on the side. Might have to look at reference for this one, we'll see. Okay, it's basically just flat. I mean, it should be okay. This one's actually missing outline. I don't know if that's intentional or not. I imagine not, but I don't know. It's smiling, it's familiar. Is it? I don't know what it's from or anything. Right here, let's fix that. Boom. Then I think this had a little bit of gray underneath. Sort of like that. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oops. Then we're going to start repairing the outline here. Can't remember if I did that on the other ones or not. I might need to go look back at that. This one didn't have a particularly thick outline or anything. And it's also disgusting evil errors. I hate errors. Okay, that one's all fixed. Let me see how this looks. Did I fix? I think I fixed the outlines of both of those. Yeah, I did. So now we're just going to copy over the text here. The new and improved. Boom. And we'll make sure that these are lined up in the exact same way and stuff like that. So I know that this one is good to go. So let's do repairing. No, get rid of that one. Who did the art for the achievements? That was done by Zach, otherwise known as Delirium. The same person that did all the store page art and stuff, and also the person helping me with Maze Game, the co-creator of Maze Game. All the entity sprites and stuff in Maze Game is Zach as well. I can't remember if the original had an exclamation mark on the locked. It does, okay. There's no reason not to, honestly. Ask Larry if it's a reference to Speed trying not to laugh. It probably is. I show Speed not laughing. Let me look at it and see. I feel like it's definitely a reference to that. It's like the same smile and pose and everything. It's gotta be. There's a lot of you guys might not even realize it, but Starground has so many like weird little references to things all over. It's baked into everything. It's just fun to do that, honestly. Oh, that 5 was perfectly lined up, so we're good there. And then we just got to check the 2 on this guy. And hopefully we're all good. That's not 2. Yes. All right. I think we're good to go, guys. Yeah, house achievement, speed achievement. Yeah, I mean, this one is basically nerd emoji. It's not even just stuff like that, though. Like, even just me working on, like, the art and stuff, and it's just fun to sprinkle in a million things. There's honestly, like, things that I've probably forgotten about that I've added in, or, like, it was specifically designed as a reference to something. There's a couple of those with the Tree of Wisdom. Yeah. That I don't know if anybody knows about them. Because some of the lines just seem like regular words of advice, but they're actually lyrics to a song. So, I'll see if anybody finds that one out, no? Good luck. Yeah. Some of the lines of the Tree of Wisdom are song lyrics. So if anybody spots them, I'll give you a big thumbs up. An official thumbs up. Okay, so that's the locked variant. Let me specifically say 00. And then we got this funny guy. That'd be a boring place if everything was black and white. That's true. Is this in the demo too? The achievements? The achievements are not acquirable in the demo, but I probably will be doing one of these days like a big update to the demo because it definitely is pretty out of date. But it's just kind of hard, like working on the demo it's a big like time sink, you know, if I'm being completely honest. Because it's like, do I want to work on the demo or just add a bunch of epic new stuff to the base game, right? So it's always that kind of conflict, I guess, for me. All right, let's start saving these as the final achievements now. Demo hack area? What do you mean by that? Okay, so this one is polymath. Oh, the usual comments and demo code. Yeah, I don't really care if people modify the demo to get the base game. Like, honestly, I think it's whatever. Because you can't stop people from pirating the game. There's just nothing you can do. So I tend to just follow a philosophy of just make a good game and that's affordable and pricing, and most people probably won't even end up pirating them. I don't know if Starground's even really popular enough to have a lot of pirated versions. I don't know. I haven't really checked in a long time. I know at one point there was one, but I think it was from like V7 or something from a long time ago. Of course, now that I say that, like somebody's gonna do it. It's probably like bots listening for those kinds of keywords on streams. Dante. All right, now we're gonna do the locked variants. Let's do, drag those up. Polymath locked. Multi-potentialite locked. I'm back. Welcome back, Oshik. Just went into the dungeon with the long pole. Yeah. No, I'm in writing code to make the demo work somehow while you're being to replace it in the full version. Okay, okay. I mean, I've been doing a lot of work behind the scenes to kind of make it easier for me to make a demo version of the game. What I'm probably gonna do, I know it's like a funny, it's super easy for people to get around it, but I'll literally probably just have an export setting that's like demo equals true, so that I can just selectively choose what features get like excluded. It's just gonna be the easiest way to do it, I think. And then any like bug fix I do or anything, I can just push along with the demo and it's always up to date. So I don't really care if people find a way to turn that variable off, then get all of the content, but yeah. All right, let's go put these images in now. I don't care what anyone says. Make files way harder than assembly. Yeah. Oh man, you're making an OS from scratch. I think that's just hard regardless of the language you use, I'll be real. OSs are very complicated. So. Just start doing polymath. I guess I'll start in order. I'll be stupid and lame and start in order. It's been a breeze till make. Interesting. I've made a couple make files. Well, I imagine you're like implementing make, not just making a make file, right? So that's got to be pretty complicated. Let me go look what the description is. Reach level 10. Or reach level 2 on all researches. And you have to save it first before you can apply the image. Don't know why it's like that, but whatever. Polymath is easy to spell. But not this other one. Multi-potentialite. Just gonna copy it. Multi-potentialite. I don't know. It's whatever. It's fine. Reach level 10, reach level 5. Now we should be good to go. Save both those. Now we can put in the images. CMake did scare you off? Yeah. Let's see that one. Then we have the locked variant. Upload, save. And I'll show you guys what achievements we do have in just a minute here. I just want to get these in. And I do want to start tracking the number or like the levels on each infinite research. Hopefully it won't be too complicated. We'll have to figure it out, but good evening. Welcome in, Ryan. How's it going? What's going on? There we go. We got those 3 in. So that's 3 new achievements already. We have to make them work, but it's fine. These are some other achievements that we have in here. We do have one for placing over 1,000 conveyors, so that could be an interesting one. I think we could make that one work pretty easily. I just have to track the... I do actually conveniently have an array for every single conveyor, so I know exactly how many conveyors exist in the world. It's actually really easy to implement that one. I think a lot of these are going to be a little tricky. I mean, I don't think they're going to be that bad, but some of these will be. We've already got... I mean, these ones are easy. These are just renders of the planets, which we have to do again. I don't think these ones are that complicated. This is a little tricky to know exactly when you have crafted a weapon and stuff, or a firearm, so I'll have to figure out how we're going to do that. But then we got some more farming ones. I have over 4 positive status effects. There's a funny little Minecraft reference. And then we got references to a bunch of stuff. Pizza Pit. There's so many references. Monopoly is the Monopoly guy. Alright, I'm going to start marking these off as we complete them. So we're going to do... I don't know how to, like, check it out. Let's turn these into a checklist. So I can go boom, 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 boom. So I know which ones I've already completed and stuff. Yeah, there's the way to do it. Checklist. All right. What is the purple juice? I imagine that is lean. Don't drink lean, guys. That's why I put that in there. So this one's gonna be not super bad to implement, but definitely more work because we have to keep track of every single entity ID and like what is classified as an enemy. Does that include the Tree of Wisdom? I don't think the Tree of Wisdom is an enemy. As often as I slaughter him in game, he's not really that bad of a guy. So economy, we got, I forgot economy and fishing, or economy and farming are different. Yeah, we got that one, which came first. We got catch a big fish, got enigmatologist, kill the Tree of Wisdom. So yeah, I mean, we're definitely getting through these. Let's get these ones implemented, or like checking for what levels they're at, and then I think we can go ahead and whoa. The Tree of Wisdom 1,000-yard stare. He's kind of like already doing the 1,000-yard stare. Yeah, we can make him look like that. It's so hard to tell like all the Tree of Wisdom, the differences between the Tree of Wisdom emotes. But yeah, we'll make it work. Alrighty. We'll start working on that. Yeah, that's why I need one. Yeah. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and do... Just thinking about how I want to check for these infinite research achievements. Because I want to be able to also check for them on like load whenever you launch up a game. So... What are you replying to here? Oh, to my to the automatic game message. Okay. Let's see. So there's a couple spots that we could check for this. I don't want to do like a for loop on this because obviously that's pretty inefficient. Or like I don't want to just constantly loop through and check every process frame, right? Because that would be very bad for performance. I think what I'll do is just do an initial check when we first load up the game and it loops through all of the infinite researches. And we'll check once every time a research is completed. So it should be pretty, you know, good. So I'll say function check research achievements. So for I global dot... I need to like loop through all the infinite ones. We'll just say for global.research table, research ID, and then we save our research data is global.research table.get a research ID. So that's going to return the data about this. We're going to say if research data dot, I think its type is mod API dot search types dot infinite. And I think that's specifically type like that. Let's go look at how it's formatted in here super quick. Just to make sure I didn't do it wrong. Research table. Yeah, I'm freaking epic, guys. So if it's an infinite research, then we're going to add it to our list of our infinite research. This is going to be an array filled with strings. Well, then I guess it would be a packed string array or whatever. So if it's an infinite research, we say push back research ID. And now we're going to loop through those. So for I in infinite research ID. And then this is where we're going to get the data. So we're going to say if I think it's research current research info dot get ID. And then we're also going to check var total level or something. Right, is 0. Snooze that ad. Speaking of Epic, surely someone here has listened to Epic the Musical? I have not. I'm not sure what that is. So this is going to loop through each thing. It's going to say as long as it has it. We're going to say var search data is that. If we have the research data, and if research data dot level, let's see, is less than total, or we have to say like this. It's always going to be the minimum. So let's start total level off as infinite. I guess. See, how do I want to do this? Basically, I just want to get all of the... If there's anything that's lower than any other level, then it's going to set it to the lowest level. So we're practically just running min on all of this stuff. But it needs to start off as infinity, otherwise I won't know what the levels are. And we'll just say if it's not equal to infinity. Or we could just say, just set it to null first. Then we say if total level is greater than 10. Greater than or equal to 10. Global.unlock achievement polymath. And then we're just going to do this for all the 3 achievements here. So if it's more than 2, more than 5, this one is going to be that 1. Let me go grab that. That one. Multi-potentialite. Alright, so here, I guess I do have to start this off as infinity. That's fine. So if it's less than total level, then we say total level is equal to research data dot level. And that's how we calculate this. So at the end of that, I'm going to print what total level is. And also before we run any of this, I'm just going to print whatever current research info is, just so I can jog my memory on how that's formatted. But I'm pretty sure it just has a variable called level. All right, and we're going to run this on ready as soon as we load into a save. So let's go over to load game. So somewhere in here. It's going to be after we've loaded everything. So what is like save continue data? Oh, that's, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna run this right here. It's like a check research achievements. All right, so I should instantly get these 3 achievements theoretically when I boot up the game on a save that has all of the infinite research, like that one. So let's see if it works. Oh, and wait, before I... Hold on. I have to publish the changes here. I'm gonna have to restart the game. Let's go to publish. Prepare. Steamworks. All right. Yeah, Sheik, if you want to remind me, like, in an hour or something, or at some point in the stream to work on the emote, just feel free to do that. Just so I don't forget. Okay, let's go see if they've been applied in here now. Yep, looks like they're here. So let's go achieve these, guys. We got this. Just to test, to make sure it's not stupid, we're going to start off on an empty world. Come on. Come on, game. Also, did I offset something? I did. I offset our overlay by accident. Whoopsies. Okay. Totally didn't happen, guys. Don't worry. So this should not do anything. Yeah, we're good. Now if I load into that one crazy mode, I should instantly get those 3 achievements. So let's see if it works. Hopefully it does. Yeah. Awesome. So yeah, this is the data in here. So we've got, yeah, it's just basically has the ID, then the level attached to it, and then the input of what it has on progress. So pretty straightforward. Looks like we're good to go. So those 3 achievements are implemented. Epic stuff. Then we're just going to have a signal that checks again every time a research is completed. And should be very low performance impact, which is nice. It's interesting that current research info is only those 3. I don't know why that is. All the other ones are here. Oh, current research info is not the same as all of our research. That is our current research. I think I have to just say research. It might just be research info. Yeah, my bad. Let's go back down to check research achievements. So I have to stop calling this stuff research info in here. Okay, we should be good. And then this is going to be not current research info, just research info. Look who's live. Yeah, I stream like 5 days a week. So we had an ad, my apologies. Okay, let's just double check this again. So ID and infinite research, it's going to get it from research info now. Okay. I'm going to print out research info, make sure that is the proper data thing. Should be. I'm just going to go up here and leave a little comment, which is contains all the current research info. And then this is info of only the actively set research. Wait, 7 days, 8 days a week. No. Oh, man. I would stream like every day, but I think it, you know, at some point it, I gotta have a little couple days where I can take a break in there, you know? Otherwise, it's really hard to get things done. I think that's the big, like, problem. Because streaming does take up a lot of time. And it's sort of like right in the middle of the day too, so it's blocks me from doing other things I need to do just to live, like doing laundry and, you know, basic stuff. All right, so yeah, this is, you can see, looping through every research now. That's what it should have been doing. So I think we're good to go. It said the maximum level is 16, so let's see if that is what it is in here. Which, yeah, this is in progress of researching 17, so we should be good. That makes sense. Life, right? Yeah. Frickin' life and stuff, guys. It frickin' sucks. Let's go back to check research achievements. Get rid of this guy. For all these research checks that I've been doing, I want them to be extremely low performance cost, so I'm really only connecting them with signals and stuff like that. I'm not doing any continual checks for these states, because otherwise it would just be very inefficient. And it's just really easy, honestly, to kind of get these integrated with signals. You don't really need to do a process check for stuff like this. I'm a dip. See you next stream, hopefully. Yeah, thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day. That's why they stream every other day during the week, so on their days off they can actually get stuff done. Yeah. They don't on stream, but streaming takes a lot. Yeah. It's definitely like... streaming seems easier than it is. Like, I think to most people it's just like, oh yeah, you're just chilling there doing what you would be doing anyways, but it's like the whole I have to free up my schedule 5 days of the week to make sure I can be here for a 4-hour stretch at the same time every day. So that alone is already just like an immediate time sink, you know, blocking me from being able to like it does reduce my flexibility a lot in terms of how I can like schedule things. I mean, of course, if there's anything really important that comes up, I can, you know, just cancel the stream. But yeah, it can definitely be tricky sometimes. And like, honestly, I get pretty burnt out after stream. It's not that it's too much, but like, it's definitely, I think 4 hours is kind of like most of the time where I start to cap out. Because talking straight for 4 hours can be kind of really taxing on your vocal cords, honestly. At least for me, like after stream, I feel like, you know, like, oh, I'm done talking for the rest of the day. Whoa, thank you for the hydrate. But yeah. It's the same way with a lot of things, honestly. I would say it's the same with like YouTube. People just like see a video and think, oh, that's just a cool little thing that they worked on. But in reality, that video might have taken somebody weeks or even months to work on, you know? It's so much more work behind the scenes that you don't even really think about. Obviously, I do think streaming is way easier than making YouTube videos, but it's, you know, and it's not me trying to sound like a little baby. Like, I'm not like saying that that streaming is harder than like manual labor or something. Of course, obviously, but I think it can be taxing. Should we do every other day? I have thought about doing that, like potentially dropping Saturday, just so that I have like another free day in there, but I'm not sure. It's hard to say. I mean, I feel like I've been pretty much able to keep up. I think I might, like, as things start to change around and Starground gets released, I'll probably have like maybe a month or two where I start to cut back a little bit on streams and focus more on like just getting things developed and ready to go. I think I'm going to be really busy like January, February of next year because I've got a bunch of things stacking up. We're going to have like Lured In and Maze Game in Next Fest, and then also at the same time, like I'm finishing up Starground for 1.0. Not finishing Starground, but you know, just getting things ready for release. It's gonna be crazy. So I might have to like, you know, yeah, maybe cut out Saturday or just give myself a little bit more development time. We'll see. Tuesday and Thursday, get a lot more work done. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I did... Schedules change around a little bit. A while ago, I had to, like 2 years ago or whatever, I remember on Wednesday I had like a different streaming schedule because I had classes, right? So I would usually stream on Wednesday earlier. And I think I only did 2 hours on Wednesday. I mean, now that I'm not in school anymore, I don't have to do that, but yeah, I don't know. My friend is a YouTuber, he spends 1 to 2 months making a single video. Yeah, that's honestly, like, I know people always ask, why don't I do devlogs and stuff, but that's the reason. I would love to do devlogs all the time of Starground. I think they're really cool, and it's epic. I like being able to put videos out, but it is insane how much time it takes to make a really well-edited video. It's ridiculous. It's why I've thought about hiring an editor to help with that kind of stuff, but even with an editor, it's still a bunch of work because I still have to record all the footage and plan out the video, and editing does suck, but it's not really the biggest part, I feel like, in a lot of ways. I don't know. Yeah, it's just insane. Things are hard to do. I will be doing devlogs absolutely for Maze Game and stuff though, and for Lured In, just to kind of get some visibility on it, because I think that was a really good thing for Starground, is just like being like, hey, here's these games I'm working on. Are you interested in the playtest? It's available now, you know, just something like that. Just so people know about it. So I'll definitely be doing that and advertising as the time comes, but yeah. We make too many updates in a short period of time. Devlogs are nearly impossible. Yeah. No, I totally agree with that. It's complicated. At the same time, too, a lot of the times, like, updates are also not something that works super well for a video. Like, I've made a lot of massive performance behind-the-scenes changes to Starground, and they're really good changes to the game. I think it'll help a lot with people trying to build bigger factories and stuff. But it's really hard for me to, like, showcase that in a devlog and actually make it interesting, you know? So it's always hard to say. I think I have a signal for research in here, like research completed. Don't I? I think I do. Let me see where I do that. I know it's in process. I'm checking, like, hey, is the research done? Is the research done? And then as soon as it is, it emits a signal, I think. It's the save timer. Process research. I actually moved into its own function now, so. Yeah, I think down here it says research complete. Yeah, notify research complete. And that just emits research complete. So I can go ahead and also just connect that up really easily and quickly. And we should be good to go. So up into ready. I'm literally just going to say, or not even global, just research complete, connect up to research, not research complete. Check research achievements. Boom. So now whenever we complete an achievement, it's just going to run a quick little check, see if, you know, stuff is updated, and then we're good to go. So hopefully that should work. Also, you're saying dilettante is spelled wrong? Let me look up how you actually spell it. Oh yeah, you are correct. That sucks. Now I have to go fix it everywhere. Thanks for checking that, though. For noticing that. Oh yeah, it's spelled with 2 T's and then 1. Okay. Are these all good? I need to make sure. I know polymath is good. Multi-potentialite. Yeah, that seems good. All right, let's go fix that then. Don't really need to publish that yet. It'll be fine because I'm going to put more achievements in. So let's just fix the ID in there. All right, should be good to go. It's like trying to show something complicated in the least complicated way possible. Yeah. Yeah, Max audience. You want as the players most times they're not devs. Yeah, it's really hard. That's like one of the biggest challenges with turning programming into a devlog. Like, it's really easy for me to be like, look at these new buildings I added. This is what they do. But for an update that's like more behind the scenes, I just can't really do that because it's like, what am I gonna say? Like, if I try and simplify it, it just kind of like turns into a 5-second explanation. So it basically, like, if I wanted to somehow make a devlog about the conveyor changes I made, I would just say like, conveyors are faster now, and then the devlog's over. You know what I mean? So it's really hard. I mean, I can try and like dive into the mechanics or like the ways that I made it faster, but it is really hard to like explain that stuff easily. So yeah, I don't know. It's complicated. I don't know. Alexa, fan on. Burn it up. Yeah, just the woes of devlogs. It's never that easy. I wish it was easy. Alright, I think we've got those achievements all working now. I think we're good, so we can go ahead and I do really want to start working on some Caligo stuff because I need to get that done for the update. Also, Oshik, up here you said 4 days? 4 days for what? The update? Or I don't know if it's going to be exactly the 19th, but I imagine sometime around there. I'm rich. No, it's really not. Oh, 4 days I stream? Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Oh, yeah. It's not 5 days. I don't know what I was thinking. It's 4 out of the 7. I don't stream Monday and Tuesday. Yeah. My bad, guys. I've been lying to all of you. Not on purpose, though. I don't know why I thought it was 5. Yeah, the whole Alexa fan thing. It's pretty... Never mind, sorry. Can't say her name. It's really not that expensive. I just have the dot. It was like... It's like 15 bucks or something on sale. And then I got some smart plugs, which were even cheaper. So it's really not that bad. And then my fan was like $10 or something. So it's not that expensive. I just like having it connected up so like if I'm like not at home or in the other room or something, I don't have to go over and physically like turn it off. I can just like be like, all right, turn it off. It's my family, it's my update release. I know I'm a serial liar, guys. I'm so sorry. Yeah. It's my new devlog release date. I'm sorry. Oh man. Now, I'll do another devlog someday, but definitely no promises on when that's going to be or what it's about or anything, because I just don't know. I have no idea. So, why is this one saying it's unused? Is it just because it's not directly used in this script? That's probably what it is. But I do use it. But add skate score right there, it's used. Doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's probably because I'm setting it to a float. It's an int. Whoopsies. That's fun to editor. I know. The same setup. Yeah, smart plugs plus any... Yeah. Smart plugs are pretty convenient, I'm not gonna lie. Like... And it's nice because it makes smart home functionality affordable. Like, instead of having to buy a device that has that built in, you can just kind of like connect it up to any device that you have, you know? So like my fan is just some crappy like $10 fan I got on Amazon, but it's super easy for me to just plug it into the smart plug and now it's a smart fan, you know? So it is really pretty convenient actually. Yeah, it's pretty nice. And I also have like stuff set up so the lights automatically turn off just because like if I accidentally fall asleep, I don't leave the lights on all night and burn up energy for no reason. It's just stuff like that is always kind of cool. I think one thing I would have definitely changed though, I I have smart bulbs, but the problem with that is the bulbs are really expensive, and if one of them go bad, odds are the company that was selling them is now out of business. So I think what I would have wish what I did initially is just get smart switches, because then I can do all the smart stuff, but the bulbs are dirt cheap and I can do whatever bulbs I want. But I don't know. The smart bulbs were kind of neat initially, like it was like sort of gimmicky where I can change the colors of my room. Whoa, but I don't really care anymore. Like I don't ever change the light bulb colors ever. It's been years since I've done it. And I don't want my room to be blue. It's like irritating. I just want nice normal white lights. I mean, one thing that is a little cool is I'm able to change the warmth of my lights. Like if I go into my app, I can do it. But again, it's just honestly, it's neat, but probably more of a gimmick than anything. If hats are unlocked by achievements, would achievement unlock my hat? I don't know. It's whatever one you'd want. That's about the cheese cooldown. No. I fixed the cheese cooldown. It's 5 minutes. I promise. I fixed it. I do apologize about that. I'm starting to think I got a problem, guys. Here, I got it up now. So look, I can turn off my lights. I have like a light shining on me at my desk, so you probably won't even really be able to tell very easily that I'm doing it. But if I turn that one off, then yeah. Here, I'll turn this one off. So you can see it's dark, bright, dark, bright. And then I can change the colors so we can go like freaking blue mode. Or red mode. Or green mode. So yeah. I mean, it's cool, but realistically, I don't really need it. And it's just like, now I'm looking around in here and I'm like, oh. It's not nice to look at colored lights. I don't know. Red maybe would be kind of neat because it's like red is a good for your like your eyes for low light. But yeah. Have all the Govee stuff. Oh yeah, I've heard about those. I can't remember what I have. Just some random company. I think it's just me and Oshik right now. Otherwise I would call for a stream takeover. That's crazy. Oh man. We got like purple and pink in here. Crazy, guys. But yeah, the thing with LED lights is the white on them looks trash. Luckily, these lights they have 2 different LEDs in them, so I can just do regular white lights, which they look pretty good. But yeah, I definitely would like to see if I can like make them super warm. I mean, it's kind of a vibe, I'm not gonna lie. But I don't know, I think I just like this color. It's just like a nice neutral white. I don't feel like my eyes are... I don't know. Anyways. Yeah, enough dabbling with my light system. Clear cheese, who would even want that? Me. I want it. Hey, I give people the tools, I don't tell you how to use them, okay? So I'm really not responsible if you think about it. If somebody decides to use it, it's on them. Right? It's not my fault. I'm never gonna use it. I'm not gonna use clear cheese. So it's fine. Alrighty, it's time to do Caligo rooms because we only have 1, and that's not enough. At a bare minimum, I want to add a chest room. So yeah, I think what I need to do is look at how I do the other ones. I think it's just a regular old room in here, and then I just add a chest that spawns in the center. It's just like this in here. Which, this is just a repeated script here. It's just special room chest. Yeah. So we're just going to copy that script over. Let's go to the first Caligo room. And is this room smaller than normal? I think it might be. I think the chest room is slightly smaller. You chip can't redeem it if you have infinite BBBs. Yeah, I do have infinite big boy bucks. Nah, I would never redeem it, guys. I could redeem anything I wanted, but I choose not to use my power for evil, guys. It's okay. Only baked lighting light bulbs. Yeah. Imagine if you could bake light in real life, guys. It'd be crazy. Alright, so this is going to be the chest room. We are going to change it. So let's duplicate this room. Call it Caligo Room Chest. And I can't remember how I named the other ones, if I call them like Tephra Special. Nah, I just call it Room Chest, because yeah, I know what it is. Alright, so this is the chest room. Boom. With what, an oven? No, like light baking, you know? Where you can like hard bake the lights into the environment. Yeah. Oh man. I watched a video like just a few hours ago about doing a PS1 style vertex. I didn't know that you could actually paint colors like brightness onto vertexes. It's kind of interesting. We might have to look into that kind of thing for Maze Game. I'm kind of interested. Alright, so this room, we're going to change slightly. I think we'll shrink it by a tile or something. And then change the layout. Just so it looks visually distinct. But it should be relatively basic and straightforward. So let's just start working away. And a lot of this stuff I can literally just actually do this. And then go meep morp. And then go meep morp. And then go meep morp. Okay, I'll stop. Yeah, like that. Now we're going to change the floor here. We're going to make this not be a donut anymore. You donut. Like that. We're going to have these be their own little segments here. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. And now we got these funny guys, and these funny guys, and these funny guys, and these funny guys, and all these funny guys. A lot of funny guys. Guys. And these guys. Alright. Basically done. I'm only going to make a couple minor changes here. I'll probably move some of these pipes around just so it's different. Put that guy right there. Let's move this guy up here. Insane design, guys. I'm a freaking genius, actually, at creating environments, believe it or not. Believe it or not, guys, this is what peak game dev looks like. It's not. Why can't I select that one? Now, if I was a true smartman, I would have, oh, these are different. I would have done this whole procedurally. But, guys, it's too late. Oh, God. But hey, that's what we're doing for Maze Game. I'm gonna make it so we don't have to manually place down decorations. It'll be fine. It'll be cool. It'll be epic. Yeah. It might be a little tricky to implement that, honestly. I'll have to figure out how that's gonna work, but I think it'll be cool if I can get it working. I just have to have a lot of rules for how things can be placed down, so. Alrighty, look at this wonderful room. Beautiful room. beautiful room that will spawn a chest. Let's just find the chest script. Challenge chest. Special room chest. And we're going to give this special tag chest. And I think that's it. Now we're going to go into the loot table for Caligo. And add that in. Alrighty. Take a gander, guys. It's gonna be a frickin' Caligo loot chest. Actually, I think I need to add the loot table before I do that, because it's gonna not. Let's go ahead and draw that chest now. I think we'll make it like an ice chest. It'll be pretty awesome and cool. I don't know where. I forgot that I actually drew out the cassette player. I still haven't added that into the game. We need to do that. So this is the Tephra loot chest, which I made it look all epic. It'd be cool if we had some like spikes on this guy, you know? Like that, and then just make it kind of icy blue. And then I guess we'll do the same sort of thing here. And we'll have to do some shading. Blue. When frog chest? Someday. I don't know when, but yeah. And we can make this chest look a little shiny too. Add on some little shine marks and whatnot. And yeah, let's also add that there just so it's easier to tell the difference between these edges and faces. Awesome. Like right there. We could add a little white shiny mark. Maybe we add some more spikes over here too. Yeah. Pretty epic, guys. Like Satisfactory's quantum storage. Yeah, I do want to do that. That's going to be for probably the final automation update, or not the I don't say final as in the last one we'll ever do. I just mean final as in up until release time, by the way. Don't ever, you know, take that the wrong way. So WireX, thank you for the follow. But yeah, for the 4th automation update that includes the new planet, that's what we'll do. Just loot Caligo. All right, so I think that needs that. And then we're going to have to get the loot table. This is where the loot chest handles this stuff. So yeah, it chooses... Okay, I actually do just have a hard-coded check in here. That's fine. It's okay. All right. Did I make that donut blender? Yeah, it's the speedrun donut. That was definitely not my first Blender tutorial. I actually never did the donut tutorial when I first started learning Blender. I just did a bunch of random ones that I thought were cool. I think the vast majority of like the learning or the things that I've learned with Blender have been just me messing around and just doing like Also, just working with Blender for games. I did a lot of 3D modeling for Pogo Rocket, and that was a very good bit of experience. So that's the loot chest in Celadus. We got the Tephra loot chest. So we're just going to copy that loot table for now and slowly start filling it out with new things. So one of the new things we can put here is the Ice Amulet. Still need to come up with a bunch of new like weapon parts and artifacts, which we will be working on. I'm also going to increase the potential for coins in these chests, I think. Because these are more dangerous chests, so I think there's more of a reason to go here, actually. I might also increase the number of coins in the Tephra chest as well. Actually, these ones don't even spawn coins, so we don't need to do that. Yeah, 1 to 30 coins in there. Mess around with peak learning. It honestly is. It's a really good way to just start learning the tools and what they do and how it all works, and then it gives you a really good overview. Sometimes with tutorials, the issue is you get locked in where it's like, this is what you do and how you do it. But when you're just messing around and not really trying to achieve a particular goal, you start to like learn better ways to do things, and also like the way that you enjoy doing it the most. And there's a lot to be taken from that, I think. Only thing I did, yeah, with Blender is the Voice of the Void plush model, which isn't even your model. That's true. But hey, it's epic though. Not built for tutorials, I get bored midway. I totally feel that, honestly. Is those vectors where the item will be placed on the grid? No, so the items will be randomly spawned around. This is basically just a range of the quantity of items that can spawn, right? So just so there's quite a bit of randomness in the kind of loot that you get. You can see a lot of these will only spawn a maximum of 1 item in a given slot. But some of these, like for the coins, it could be a stack of from 1 item to 30 items in that 1 slot, right? So I just have that in there in case I want to be able to spawn in stuff like this. That's like it would be a little stupid if it only spawned in 1 coin, because 1 coin is kind of worthless, but 30 of them is nicer. That's more meaningful. And I would like to add in some like, what kind of materials would be? Definitely oil. Of course there would be oil on Caligo. That's an oil planet after all. Actually, shoot, I might even do like a lot of oil here because this is an oil planet. I think I'll do 2 entries for oil. Or actually, no, I don't need to do that. I can just make the chance higher here, like up at 20 or something, so it's mostly oil. Don't think stone needs to be here. But yeah, we'll think of some more things to put in here and work on new things too. So let's go ahead and launch the game, see what this all looks like. Also, Kenkles, am I working on Maze Game 2 today? We can. I've got a bunch of stuff I'd like to work on with Maze Game, so I just wanted to at least work a little bit on Starground and get these new rooms in motion so that, like, the way I always work on things is I try and get all of the required things done as soon as possible so that, like, if we hit the update time, I'm not, like, left with things that are unfinished, you know? That's honestly just the way I develop games or anything in general now. I think it's a really good way to think about like adding in things like features. So like if we were going to draw it out really quick, this is going to be the easiest way to understand exactly what I mean. Like instead of doing this where it's like, okay, our game needs, let's say these little spheres are features we need, right? One person might develop like this where they're like, okay, let's work on this thing and finish it. Now let's work on this thing and finish it. Let's work on, uh-oh, date is here. I don't have time to finish these 2 other things. And now the amount of content that we have here is kind of empty and we're missing things that needed to be here. So the way that I kind of instead do this stuff is I get a little bit done with each feature. I kind of go wide first and I want to get all of my like things working. It's not that these are fleshed out quite to the point I want them to be, but at least they're in the game and functional so that they're not missing, right? And then I just go back through and start building these up higher and higher, if this makes any sense. I think this, like, method of developing for me works a lot better. Yeah. Because then, like, especially if you have deadlines and, like, updates that are, you know, periodic, it's dangerous to full stack into developing one thing. Because then the update comes out and it's like, hey guys, I just worked on this one thing for the past 3 months. I hope you're happy. Now I can be like, I added achievements and a new dungeon and new enemies and all these inventory upgrades. But yeah. How do you not get scope creep doing that? Because I feel like jumping around like that makes you think of more and more ideas. Yeah, scope creep is always like a challenge. I think scope creep is one of the biggest like obstacles as a game developer that you kind of really have to learn to avoid. I feel like, I mean, obviously I'm not perfect, but I think as time has gone on, I've definitely become better at understanding when scope creep is starting to happen. I think it's just a matter of like, the more you add things and the more you work on games, you get a better idea of how long things actually take to develop and what you're able to take on in a reasonable amount of time. We've been doing especially good at scope creep with Maze Game so far, because our philosophy with Maze Game is if we add something in that doesn't contribute to the gameplay loop in any meaningful way, it's gone. We're not going to add it, right? Or if we come up with an idea for something like that. So it's I think it's a really good way to think about development. Like, of course, it's fun to add in little funny things that that are just goofy and mess around with, but it really should interact with the game in a meaningful way. Like, we had some ideas, like, we could do, like, rovers with different light spectrum cameras and see guys that are in a different light spectrum, and it's cool, but the problem is we couldn't think of a way to connect that to gameplay. And so that's kind of the reason we decided to drop all that, because it's just not going to work out. Also, do you and your team fully plan on feature content you're going to implement, or do you guys kind of come up with the idea and build on it? I'd say it's a little bit of both, but we definitely go into it knowing the general vibe. Like for this update, I was like, all right, the focus of this is going to be this new dungeon, right? Caligo. So a lot of the things I've been adding have been kind of built around that. For example, like the new inventory upgrade things we've got over here with Bud. These are kind of, I've added these because of the new dungeon, right? There's going to be even more new items that you have to hold on to now, so it makes sense to keep scaling up our inventory with that. And with a whole load of new artifacts, merging becomes more important, because if you have like your whole inventory filled with just artifacts, it's a little, you know, you don't have any inventory space. But yeah, we do have like a meeting where we sit down and like talk about, okay, what is everything that we're doing for this update, just so that we have a list of like things. And honestly, a lot of the time the initial plan of what we want to do is way larger than what I can actually feasibly get done. But hey, that's the whole reason I do this sort of form of development, right? And like, you can kind of start to tell, like, just conceptually thinking about a new feature, like whether it's something you'll actually be able to get done in time or not. I really wanted for this update to do custom like buildable flooring, but I don't think I'm gonna have time in the next 5 days. You know, it's really cool, and it's probably something I'll do right after 0.15 comes out, but it's just not, like, when I think about how many different systems that's gonna touch, I don't think it's gonna be quick enough. But yeah, scope creep is hard. I think something, honestly, if people are struggling with scope creep, I always recommend take a break from the project you're working on and make some game jams. Because game jams are basically inherently anti-scope creep. You know, you only have... Oh, this is interesting. Quests changed. Oh, I probably forgot to mark this as not having quests or something. Okay, we'll fix that. I'll just put the signal in here then. But yeah, doing game jams though is really helpful because it lets you, it forces you to be better about scope creep, right? You've got like specifically, I recommend people do shorter game jams, 2 or 3 days, right? I think week-long game jams and stuff like that are neat, but I don't really enjoy doing them. They're just too long. But I like being able to say I have the weekend to make a game, and it really makes you think about like, what are the most critical core parts of a game to be a game? You know? It helps you cut out all the fluff, stuff that really doesn't matter. And doing more and more of those, you just get better and better, I think, at dealing with scope creep and understanding what doesn't matter. So yeah, that's definitely a really important thing, I would say. I always recommend it. And that's why I do game jams. Like, it does take time away from working on Starground, but then I think I go back into it and I have a clearer view of everything, you know what I mean? So it's always pretty nice, I would say. Yeah, scope creep. It's hard. I think it's always going to be a challenge. I don't think I'm ever going to one day defeat scope creep, you know? Even with Maze Game, I think we are doing really good, but there's always, sometimes you accidentally bite off more than you can chew. And I don't think that's always a bad thing. I think another really important skill to learn is adjusting for those mistakes, you know? It's, you kind of have to, I guess, learn to become a little more brutal or honest with yourself about features and ideas that you come up with. It's really easy to get attached to an idea, you know, because it's cool. I mean, I would love to put more things into Starground, but it's important to just be honest and like think, okay, does that thing actually matter, or do I just think it does, right? So that's a big part of it. Like, we have this big grand idea. I usually, like, most of the time, probably 50% of the ideas we come up with get axed. It's been less with Maze Game just because I think we've been better about doing it early so it doesn't build up. But yeah, with Starground, for sure, there's a lot of things that have been cut. Like, initially, there's a much larger scope of what we wanted to do with it. Like, we wanted to have a whole, like, dating sim thing integrated, and NPC dialogue and story, and it's all really cool stuff. But implementing all those kinds of things is incredibly time-consuming. Especially for multiplayer. Those things in multiplayer are even harder. It's just really complicated. So I made the difficult decision to cut all that stuff. It's not that we never will do it, but at least just for the 1.0 plan. So, I mean, it sucks, but it is what it is. It's, I mean, hindsight's always 2020. Like, of course, looking back, it was a lot of, we were going way too grand with things, but I don't know. It's fine. It's just all about being able to course correct in the middle of development. That's really the secret, I think, to dealing with scope creep. Because it's never too late to scale back. I think that's something that's really important to remember. Is like, it's not the end of the world if you have to temporarily cut stuff. A lot of the times cutting stuff is a really good thing. It's like pruning a plant. Getting rid of all the dead leaves and extra stuff that's just weighing it down. It can really highlight the things that do matter and make your game a lot more focused and fun, I think. It can be harder to do with some genres. Like, Starground is a big sandbox game, so it can be hard to do that kind of thing and decide what really does get cut. But yeah, it just depends. Depends on your genre a lot of the times too, what you should be cutting. Yeah, I always just think, like, as general rule of thumb, what is your core gameplay loop? If it doesn't really have anything to do with gameplay, I would say cut it, you know? And of course you don't have to. Like if you're on pace and things are going really well and things are moving along fast, you don't have to cut stuff. It's not like a hard rule that you have to cut things. But, you know, just depends on how long you want to get things finished. That's the big thing. Like, I hopefully am on track for Starground 1.0 sometime like February, maybe up into March. I feel like that's probably going to be more realistic at this point. But, you know. Yeah, scope creep. It's a challenge, but hopefully all that info dumping helps. I mean, I'm not some seasoned veteran professional game developer that knows everything, but these are just sort of the things that I've kind of, you know, noticed with developing and, you know, because I've done, I mean, Starground and Pogo Rocket are the two commercial games that we have on Steam, but I've done way more games than that with game jams and just other little random projects I never ended up actually realizing. Even just stuff like that I was planning on, like Bounding Main, the YouTube channel and stuff. All the devlogs for that, like, completely scrapped that whole game. I think we realized with Bounding Main at a certain point, like, that modeling was really hard, especially 3D modeling monsters is extremely difficult. Because trying to do that alongside, like, building up an ambience, if you get hit with an ugly looking monster model, it just kind of instantly loses all of its power. So I don't know. And also I hated working in Unity, I'm not gonna lie. I felt like so frustrated working in Unity because it was like I would blame myself for not getting it and knowing how to implement this stuff. Like, trying to do all the, like, UV mapping and just general programming stuff was really complicated, and it made me feel stupid. I don't know. But then, learning Godot, I realized, like, it wasn't really my fault. I think it was just Unity. So... And, you know, Unity, again, is not by any means a bad engine, but I think it's important to try different engines for sure. Sometimes you just click with stuff way better. I kind of almost instantly clicked with Godot, I think. Like, I messed with it for like a week, and instantly I sort of started to get the idea of the engine. And now I feel like Godot is like a part of me. Like, I know it so well, I feel like. There's always still new things that I'm learning about Godot and stuff all the time, but I have such a much better understanding of it. It's pretty pleasant to work with. Try and get a water land shark? Yeah. Let's see if I can do it. It might be hard to do on single player. We'll see. Oh, there we go. I got it. I think what it is that it's actually a thing with how the collision is handled on the shores. Because I have like a little collision shape. So when you place down a new land tile like that collision shape extends out to here. So fish could have been here. So it kind of gets pushed through the collision shape because Godot has to be like, hey, pick a side, pal, you know, or whatever. So I think that's what's happening with that. I don't know if there's a super easy way to fix it. I could just have a larger radius checking, you know, where you can see he's getting like pushed away by the collision shape, right? So when you do that, like he can kind of get pushed on really easily. I mean, it's not honestly really a huge problem. I think it's kind of funny that you can have land sharks. Yeah, I'll try and figure out though how I could fix that. I just got to keep thinking what kind of solutions there are. I can't even break him out now. He's just kind of stuck there. Oh well, sorry buddy. If I go super fast or something. Kind of. But I'm out of land tiles. Oh man. Implementing land tiles was such a nightmare. Not gonna lie. It's been a really difficult feature to add, but it is working now, so I guess it's fine. Yeah, being able to modify the entire terrain, it's been a huge multiplayer challenge, especially like trying to sync all that data on multiplayer is kind of crazy. So, God, multiplayer is so hard. Brainstorming, can you remove them if they overlap? Yeah, I could easily do that. I mean, I can just check if they've overlapped. I just get rid of them. That's probably what I'm gonna do to fix it. Like, I think I'm just gonna stop them from actually blocking placement of the tiles, and if you just place a tile over them, they just disappear. Because these fish will respawn, right? So it's not a big deal even. Yeah, same with yeah, it works really good. I love that you can place them as fast as you can. Yeah, that was one thing I really worked hard on, was the performance of terrain updates. Because I really wanted to be able to, like, move these things around really fast and stuff and edit quickly. There's been games that I've played where, like, you know, you change a chunk of the terrain, you get a massive lag spike, and I've never really enjoyed that because it makes it hard to do things. Oh. My eye drop timer is activated. Let's drop. Ooh. Yo. Hydrate the eyes, hydrate the stomach. Yeah, hydrate. Oh, man. Yeah, see them moving. Yeah, because they're so small, I feel like if even had seconds delay to place them, it'd be really annoying. Yeah. No, I totally feel that. Yeah, I purposely wanted, like, I thought about doing an animation where the tile comes down and splashes, but in practice, it was both a technical constraint, but also a design decision I made because I really like just the instant, like, updating of the tiles. It's nice to build that way, I think, for the tiles at least. I think for placing down the buildings, it's cool just to have that quick little drop down. But tiles are something that you want to be placing and breaking really fast because it's like huge areas, so it just felt right to make it work that way. I don't know why I can't. Oh, there's a fish on that tile. I was like, what? Theoretically, you could just come along and kill the fish like this so that they don't cause any issues, but yeah. No, I do want to fix that though at some point. It's funny that you can just like screw yourself over. Help! Help me! Anyways. Oh yeah, I was gonna actually go to Caligo and see if I gotta see if the chest rooms are spawning. I almost forgot. Oh, and I might have to redo the doors. I think I forgot. I don't know. It's gonna not work. Let's go fix that. The doors are positioned incorrectly. Yeah, this is a disaster. We have to push the doors down. Oops. By 16 pixels. This one goes up by 16. This one goes by 16. This one goes left. Alright, that should be fine now. Looks like they do still have references to the doors, so I do think we're good to go. Hopefully this update makes for a really nice performance improvement, because one thing that I've done in a lot of these different dungeon rooms is completely eliminated the networking checks. This one still is set to always, but I think I can fix that one too. But a lot of these I now do just on change, so you're not continually updating. Because before, how it worked is every single door in the game on this multiplayer synchronizer had it was continually updating the teleport position every network frame. And with a dungeon, each room has 4 doors, so if you have like 15 rooms, that's 60 doors doing 60 network calls. So you're getting 3,600 network calls every second, which is a lot. So hopefully just that alone will make for a really nice network improvement to dungeons. Because I know some people were complaining about that. Like there's a recent negative review that somebody was like complaining that playing in the dungeons, the latency starts to get really bad, and I'm pretty sure that was what was causing it. Yeah, because dungeons just get too laggy. But yeah, the input latency jumped up several seconds. Yeah, I think that's the cause. I do need to test it and make sure, but hopefully that's all it was. Okay, let's go load into Caligo. And yeah, I think maybe let's just do like one more room and we can go swap over to Maze Game, because I would love to work on that game today. I do really enjoy working on it. Like, working on a new project is so, like, it's like the most fun part of development for me. The initial, like, just the rate at which you add things is insane. Like, working on Starground is cool, don't get me wrong, but things do take a very long time to implement just because there's so many other systems that need to mesh with it. Yeah, working on Maze Game, though, everything just moves so fast. It's kind of nice. Oh, shoot, I blew up. Let's go up here. Whoa. Look at this chest. Oh, I need to fix the decoration spawning area, but we'll do that. Boom. We got ice amulets and a bunch of oil. No coins, which is actually kind of fascinating. But yeah, it's working pretty well. Now I will take less damage. You can see when I get attacked here. Blocked. Cool. Yeah, I like how this dungeon's shaping up so far. I think the enemies are really interesting to fight. They've all got very unique attack styles and patterns and stuff, which is really good. I think that's what makes combat interesting, right? It's actually having like deal with all of these guys' behaviors, and how those different behaviors kind of. Oh God, snooze the ad. Okay, snooze it just in time. How like all of the different mechanics kind of pair together and change the way you deal with each guy individually. I don't know, I just find that interesting. Because like this guy does a big slam and it pushes all the other guys away. So it's like you have to be ready for stuff like that. Yeah, I think it'll be cool. God, he's gonna slam. He blew up. Hopefully this dungeon is fun. I mean, these are just personal observations. I don't know if many people have played with the new enemies in dungeons yet, so I don't really know. I do need to push another experimental date so that we can get all these new enemies in and stuff, and you guys can test out the new artifacts and add in some weapon components and all that jazz. These guys are an interesting challenge because they're not even visible, so you can't like. They tunnel underground. It's like the scuba divers in Plants vs Zombies. How the pea shooters can't like shoot them when they're in the water. You know? Keep stepping on the spikes, man. These guys are like mole shrooms, but basically mobile mole shrooms. It's kind of interesting. Because they tunnel underground, but they're not just like static. They're actually following you. Yes, PVC. Yeah, it's awesome. I do have replanted, and I would love to. This one had a ton of coins. That's the thing that's always interesting I find about randomness is sometimes things are wildly random. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. 64 coins is a lot. I mean, not like a obscene amount, but a pretty nice little reward. Yeah, I love Plants vs Zombies. I have replanted, and it's one of the I've actually gone through my whole library and made a little list of things I want to play. So like if I go up to it here, need to play all these different games I've been meaning to get to. AutoForge is something I wanted to try out. It's another little automation game that's out, and it seems pretty cool. I'm just curious to try it out, see how, like... I haven't really played a lot of automation games that are small like this from a small indie developer, right? I've played all the big ones like Shapes and Factorio and Satisfactory and all that, but I'd be really curious to see how this game kind of compares, you know? But it seems cool. They just did a... yeah, 0.16 or 0.6, and they also did a Prospector bundle, which is interesting. Technically, our games have a weak connection to each other. But yeah. I still also need to play Prospector 2. I bought the game. I need to try it out. But yeah, Logic and Light Years right there. Pretty crazy. But yeah. I think I put that in my library, did I? Oh, I didn't. Let me add to my need to play list. But yeah, I got that, Dot Age. I know I randomly bought this because it's like $2 or something. Kind of want to try it out. Escape the Backrooms. This is in 1.0 now. So I really want to try that one out. Graveyard Keeper seems really cool. This seems like Stardew Valley, but without all the like super heavy NPC focus, which to me sounds very, very fun. I like Stardew Valley, but I'm not a huge fan about all the like having to gift people things and manage relationships. Like I think to some people it's really fun, but to me, I just don't care. And this game seems like Stardew, but NPCs are more of a resource than like an actual thing that you have to constantly interact with. Grounded 2, I need to replay this again. They did some performance fixes finally. DNA Dreams, this game seems really cool. This is actually 2 Left Thumbs game. Spectre. Stationeers is fun. I was talking about this last night, but it's a total nerd game. But I think I like it for that fact. It's kind of like you have to know things. You have to know like electrical engineering and thermodynamics and, you know, it's kind of fun. It's too bad there's nobody that'll play it. But I'll play it solo though. It's fun. Subnautica, Timbered Stone. Yeah, anyways, don't mean to distract. Okay, this is the boss room. That's already done. Let's go back to our Caligo rooms. Let's add one more Caligo room. Then we're gonna go work on Maze Game. Let's look at ads starting in 1 moment. So my apologies for that. Did I put PVC in my thing? I did not. That's crazy. Let's put that I need to play. There we go. Oh, yeah, I do want to... Oh, Zach is playing it right now. That's crazy. I did see Zach on the board here. I don't know what was done over here. Or Zach's probably just looking at the sheet of things from Maze Game. I feel pretty fine showing off all our Maze Game stuff because it's just... We're probably going to be doing it all right now. Got some biome ideas for Maze Game. That'll be an interesting one. Yeah, just a bunch of new enemy ideas in here that we're going to be doing. Traders. We want to do some doctors that can actually heal your ailments. I'll get into that in a second. Let's focus and get this other room done, and then we can go do all that. I just want to do another Caligo room. This is just a different shape. It's not going to be particularly unique or anything, but I just want to have some variety in terms of what can sort of spawn in here. So, and let's quickly fix this, like the breakables here. The way that these spawn is just not good, because they overlap on the outsides. Let's kind of fill in these edges. Okay. And then spawnable. I don't think enemies are ever going to spawn in this area, but I like to just make it good just in case. Because you never know, like a mod might add in stuff, you know, that you don't expect. So I do like to make these systems still work. And this one is actually completely off, so I need to fix that one. I never realized it was so broken. And this one, for some reason, I can't even freaking see it. Oh, there we go. It's because I was still selected on the other one. Yeah, this is wildly incorrect. There we go. That should be better for spawning now. Alright, this guy now. No, that one's done. Let's duplicate one again. And call it Caligo Room 2. I want to have one that's like mainly just a big square, but has some little protrusions on the edges, so let's do that. Oops. Oopsies. So let's just drag out the edges here. Actually, I think one that's like more of like a donut could be kind of interesting, honestly. Like that just has a big void in the center. Let's do that. I don't know if we really have a room quite like that in anywhere in Starground. Probably even larger. So ads are over. Sorry about that, gamers. And then we'll just expand out the edges quite a bit, like... Oh god. Don't do that. I want to have like a 3 wide carpet in the center. Let's go maybe 2 more out. And then let's fill in the rest here, the gaps. I think something like that could be interesting. It's just like a donut that you go around. Let's hide the navigation region. That's also something I need to fix over here. I forgot. I need to rebake. There we go. Yeah, this could be a cool map. Not a map, but you know what I mean. You know what I freaking mean, guys. Let's build that up for... Let's get our little oil texture, whatever that is, right there. Put that there on the inside. Let's put down some windows here so you can tell it's like a wall. Alright, now it's just mainly filling in all the gaps. One day I would like to throw in some wall variations, because I've never done that. I have the tile maps like all set up for it, but I just haven't done it yet. But we'll probably be doing that someday. Alright, let's go fix these walls. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. And I want this carpet to run around these. So let's see. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's about what I want. Oops. Just like that. Let's fix these floors. Okay. And these are going to be this color. At least just one line around here. We're going to sprinkle these in, like 5 scattering. Maybe a little more. Maybe 2 scattering. Yeah, and I'm actually also then going to, let's see, shift these back. Turn off scattering. Gonna redo the floor a little bit here. These will still be carpet. We're gonna have a lot of tiling to fix, unfortunately. It is what it is. Okay, let's do these guys. Fill in the little gaps. Let's hide these other layers so I can see easier. Let's fix these pipes and stuff. God dang it. Let's actually separate these pipes out, I think. I don't want them to always be the same pattern. Let's like move that guy down there. Maybe this guy goes up here. This guy goes right here. And I think that's all of it. Oh, I probably also didn't fix that here. Yeah. It's on foreground. There we go. Oh. I accidentally changed room 1 to be the donut. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I could just rename these pretty easily. Whoops. God. Rename 1, 2. Then rename that one back to 1. Rename this one back to 2. There we go, guys. No big deal. Alright, let's continue on here. Let's fix the door positions. They're getting annoying. So these should be, I think, like 2 tiles more now. Yeah. I think this will probably be wide enough. The whole idea is I want people to run around in a circle on this map, so should be okay. Let's fix all these little errors. Okay, so the ultra hard part, it's not that hard, but hey, Blazers, welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? Okay, the decal layer needs some modification. We're just going to completely redo it. Then we're going to do like 2 scattering. Let's do like 1. No, let's do 3. I'm just going to put some ice around the edges here. Oh, this is actually non-symmetrical. What's going on here? I just messed it up. Let's fix this. Should have been like that. Let's fix this. Back to these guys. Okay, that's the decals done. Still gotta fix the like edges here, so let's start going through and doing that. This needs to be larger. There we go. We'll just start putting these on the sides. We also need to do that. Let's see, right there. Boom. 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 Boom, boom, boom. That guy. And we're getting there, guys. It's almost time for Maze Game. Whoa, I messed up. Now I fix these guys. Look at that. What a lovely room. Now we need to start doing all the tiling issues with the carpet. I think that's all the vertical ones. Let's do the downward ones. Boom, boom, boom. Let's do the left ones. I think that's all of those. And now the other ones. I do have auto tiling set up for this, but I find that it doesn't work very well. So I usually just do these all manually and make sure that they're okay. I don't know why it doesn't work very well. It's something I need to figure out. Okay, those are all filled in. Now we got to do the inner corners, which aren't much, but they add a little bit of epicness. Yeah, let's just do it based off of, okay, so like that one, then that one, that one, that one. Let's fix this guy. Let's fix this guy. Fix that guy, and then this frickin' guy. Boom. Carpet is done. We got the decals. The only other thing that we can do, if we would like, is the ice. I can't remember. Actually, yeah, it's a whole new layer for that, so let's go copy that from one of these rooms, like the boss room. We have the ice layer. Let's go back over to this one. Paste it. And we're going to clear all this out and do ice and make it look cooler. So this one, I will do the auto tiling here. I'm just going to kind of scatter some ice around. Oops, we don't want it like that, though. Yeah, you can see sometimes it's a little weird. I don't know, like, what the best way is to fix that. If it's because it's contiguous or something. Because you get those weird issues there. I don't know why. I guess it's because we don't have an inner corner on these. It's probably, like, why. So we'll have to go back through and fix up some of these ice patches, but this carpet visually gives me lava. That's fair. I mean, I think in game it's a little bit easier to tell. Let's see, how do we want to fix this now? Well, let's stop painting terrain because it's just there. Yeah, you can kind of get away with, I feel like, with this, just not using the inner corners. You know, like that looks totally fine to me. Same with that guy. Like being able to do some of these cracks like this too. Just looks kind of nice to add some variety. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Could do like a large crack here. Let's try it out. Then this one has to be that. Oh, that one has to be that one. There we go. Good little guy there. That's good enough. The ice is supposed to be just sort of a... It's not supposed to be a major obstacle, like it's going to ruin everything, but just to sort of trip you up a little bit. Add some spice. Let's fix these pipes. Let's put them over here. And I would like to do a pipe that goes all the way. So let's do that. We have a pipe like here that fades down into nothing. Or not that one, it's this one. And do, let's see, where's the top? The top straight one. Is there no top straight? Did I really not do a top straight? There's that one. It's interesting. Well, whatever, we can just do it there. Like that. That's fine. Maybe that's why I didn't bother. Okay, we got those guys, and then the final step is on the decal layer. We add in some pipes over here. Let's do two small pipes right there. Do a medium guy, maybe another medium over there, and a large. I want one of these guys to just fade into the wall like that guy. This guy can go up and over. These small guys usually always fade into the wall, but I'm feeling a little risky, a little quirky. Let's put that one way up. Okay. Let's do a short, big pipe. Looks pretty good. All right, so I think that's practically it for this room. Should work. Only thing that I missed is doing a pipe here. I feel like it just needs it. Just like that. Alrighty. Yeah. Just thinking if I missed anything here. Oh yeah, we need to do the breakables and the spawnable and all that stuff. Breakables needs complete redraw. And around here. Dunzo. Now spawnable needs a complete redraw. Like that. And I'm just going to block out a little section around the door. I always do that so that you don't end up with a guy that just immediately spawns right on top of you. Because that can be a little frustrating, I think. And since there's a lot of spawnable space on this one, we're going to make those regions a little bit larger. All right. And that should be almost everything right after we recalculate our navigation map. Now, one thing with this is it's going to have that little donut in the center, that little hole. I don't think that's really going to matter. There are other things that have those weird positions, but I don't think it'll matter. The problem is there's no way for me to, like... I mean, I guess I could just go ahead and create a... It's like a navigation obstacle 2D. And then just put this on here so that it doesn't generate that right there. And then if I rebake this, I think it'll... I might have to add this into the group, I think. It's like whatever it is. Let me see what it is in here. It's like navigation. Oh, it's just called navigation. Group already exists. Oh, it's right there. I'm just blind. So now if I regenerate... Yeah, now we don't get that weird little section in the center. Probably a good idea just to do that and make it a thing so I don't accidentally do weird stuff. Joe! Welcome in. How's it going? Not much. We're just working on a couple new rooms for Caligo, and then we're gonna do some maze game here in just a second. Just gonna go back to the loot table now and add this new room on here. It's the enemies. That's the spawning. Here it is. The donut room, if you will. Room 2. Now let's launch it. Just make sure it's all spawning good, and then yeah. Oh. We go eat food and play some games already? Sounds good. Thanks for popping in. Alrighty, let's go into Caligo. The most evil, nefarious dungeon of them all. Not really. Well, technically it will be the hardest dungeon so far. I mean, I don't know. Dungeons aren't inherently that much more harder than any other dungeon. I think my design philosophy for dungeons is I think each of them should kind of have their own unique challenges and things that are easy to deal with, right? So that's like the classic, one of the classic mistakes I think game developers can make. I mean, I do think that, like, it does make sense to have some linear progression, because it does give you a sense of actually improving and stuff, which is important. But also at the same time, if everything is too linear, it kind of harms your player agency. Glorious death pose. Yeah, thank you, thank you. I think it's really good to give people the ability to kind of like choose what path or like what thing they really want to specialize in terms of their progression, right? So you could like make a build in Starground that's really good specifically for Caligo and stuff like that. I just think it's more interesting that way. Instead of just being like, this dungeon is harder and has better stuff. It's not always a guarantee. I think that's one thing that artifacts in Starground is really good at helping, is that artifacts, they're all good, even the ones from like the earlier dungeons. So there's still a reason to actually go through and try and get them. Even if the dungeon is like easy to you or whatever. So what's up, Saiku? How's it going? Welcome in. What's going on? All right, rooms are done. Let's it's time for maze game, guys. Time for some freaking maze game. Let me save this if I haven't already. Oops. Oopsies. Let me just save it in here as polymath. Replace. Close. I think I saved both of these, but just to be safe. Save. Close. Save. I don't know if I'll ever really need these again, but it is nice to have. You never know. Save, close. Feeling all right. Just been waiting for that verification. Yeah. I'm surprised that it hasn't gone through already. I mean, to be fair, when I did the verification, that was years ago. That was like 4 years ago, so I might just be misremembering. Actually, that was even earlier. That was like 5 or 6 years ago or something. So I probably just don't even remember how long it took. But hopefully it goes soon. I know they work on Friday. I don't know if they work on Saturday and Sunday. I think I usually have to wait until Monday, the day after, to get responses back from Steam. So yeah, it might be different like in the UK. Hopefully there's no issues with the information that we put in, so. But it's not a big deal. If there is any problems, they'll just be like, hey, you got to fix these things, and then you fix it, and then it's fine. They're always really good about that kind of stuff. Like, whenever I've messed up on anything I've submitted, like with store page and stuff, if there's any problems, it's very, like, they're very transparent about what is wrong and how you can fix it, which is always really good. Like, that happens a lot. I don't know why it's happened both times, but with the early access, they always say I don't put enough information in here, in this early access game section. Like, every time. It happened with Pogo Rocket and with Starground. It's not a big deal. I just fill it out a little more and embellish, and then it's all good. There's also, like, one weird, interesting rule, is you're not allowed to promise things. So, like, you can't say the full version will have more content. Like, you have to say we plan for it to have more, but you always have to, like, phrase it in a specific way. I mean, I guess it makes sense because Steam is basically just protecting you as a developer. They're kind of getting it set so that if you do end up not releasing the game, it's not like you promised that it would release or whatever, right? So, I mean, I think it's fine. It's not necessarily a bad thing. But yeah, it's just interesting. But yeah, Steam is always good about stuff, honestly. Like, I've always had a really good experience with Steam and Steamworks customer support and everything. Like, I think they do a pretty good job of everything. I did have a little bit of challenge trying to fix the dedicated server thing with Starground of it not appearing. But eventually we did get it worked out, so it's not like they were a complete non-help. I mean, it turned out that it was actually an issue on their end. I just wasn't able to add it into the Starground package for some reason. So I don't really blame them. I think that the guy that was trying to help me was just, I mean, he was right if it was working, right? But yeah, it was just broken, so that's why. Alright, so this is Maze Game. I've been working on the some modeling and stuff in the elevator. You guys might see new stuff in here. Let me launch the game and show you what's going on. So you can see there's this little hole now in the ceiling where items will come out of from shop trades. So that's just chilling there. I also added in just some little decorative elements in here, these little brackets. And then on the edges of the room, there's these little, like, I don't know what you call these. They're kind of like baseboards, but not quite the same thing. They're like just like trim. I've been looking at a lot of images of like actual rooms and stuff and just how to make things look better. So, Maze Game now. Yeah, we're going to swap over to Maze Game stuff. I added this little blueprint mat that you'll like be crafting and building on. This is basically just so you know that this is a separate like interaction thing from your tablet. So reminds me of an Iron Lung ship. Yeah, right now it does for sure. I think we might be swapping out this texture, the bolts, at some point. I know we do want to do a lot of retexturing stuff, so we'll probably be doing that at some point. But so I did change some audio stuff in here. I'm gonna reset the volume of the master bus a little bit. We'll go to like -2 just so it's not super loud. but I made the rovers a little quieter. Of course, we still got the footsteps in here. The items make noises when you collide. I still need to do some sounds for that, but and I did make the rover volumes quite a bit better. I lowered the pitch of the moving. It just sounds better lower pitch, I think. Yeah, I've got this whole little system for how to do like audio playing from the tablet. I think it'll work out. Yeah, who's the person and what are they for? This is a shop trader. They trade stuff with you. So that's what we're gonna be working on probably right now. This isn't Starground, I know. Crazy. There's gonna be a little item there on the table that you can trade for. So you can kind of like, each trader will have a specific item that they take as like their currency, basically. Also, I made some minor texture changes here. I like these being 2D images more because we got the other tubes. So basically, this trader specifically, they like metal. So you're gonna be trading them. You give them metal scrap and they give you whatever item is here for trade. So you're gonna just throw this item in, they're gonna give you a thumbs up, and then the item drops down from here. So I want to keep the trading mechanics like this extremely simple and diegetic. Where like literally you are just giving them the item and then they give you the item back. Like there's no like UI that you have to work through. It's just right here is that's all you get. Yeah, the trader is going to swap out. We're actually going to be working on that probably also. Maybe right now. It's going to be a random trader each time. We've got a couple ideas for different traders. This is the, she's called the Metalhead and like her stuff. I don't know if she has like a name, but basically she likes metal and she will give you other things for metal. The next guy is going to be this, a lumberjack guy. We already have the sprite for him drawn. Zach just did that today. Yeah, it's fun to expose. This is him. So we're gonna put that into the game. They all have different little animations for things. The thumbs up. Believe it or not, guys, he's gonna like wood. He's a lumberjack. So. But yeah, I think should work out. I know, crazy. So yeah, we're gonna work on getting the trading mechanics working right now. Basically, I just need to set up an area 3D node that's gonna check for when an item has entered its collision. And if it's the correct item that we want to trade with, she's gonna give you a thumbs up, it deletes the item you threw in, and the new item pops down from here. If it's the wrong item, she'll give you like, she'll be like, no, and then throw the item back out. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you'll see. And I think we also might do some dialogue bubbles. It would be kind of neat. I need to think of a way to like have them x-ray through things. I'm not sure how that's entirely gonna work, but we'll figure it out. So let's start working on that. We're gonna make a area 3D node. Give this a collision shape 3D. A lot of this stuff, honestly, in Godot is very similar to how it works in 2D. Like, this is practically the exact same process doing this as it is in 2D. Literally, you're just, it's the same node, it's just, instead of 2D, it's 3D, and, you know, stuff like that, so. It's very, very easy. I'm just gonna put that over there. Basically, this whole room is gonna be the checker. Because I don't want to accidentally, like somebody throws it in and then it doesn't count. That would be a little annoying. But I'll give a little bit of a gap at the front just so you have to actually throw the item in. But it's small enough of a gap here, I don't think the item will not get pushed into the collider. So that should be okay. Does 3D and 2D and Godot have different types of nodes? Yes. They're entirely different nodes. And I'm very glad that it's a separate system. In Godot, you have, 3D nodes and 2D nodes. Basically, there's 4 classes of nodes, I would say, in Godot. There's 2D nodes for 2D games. There's 3D nodes for 3D games. And then there's control nodes, which is for your UI. And the final one is just plain non-specialized node. So there's a couple things like that, like a timer. These audio stream players are a non-specialized node, stuff like that. So it's a really good system. I like it because it lets you mesh things together, right? Like I can have a 2D game that has 3D nodes. And likewise, I can have 2D nodes inside of my 3D game and stuff like that, right? So that was something that Unity doesn't do, and it was very frustrating to try and make 2D stuff in Unity for me. Because Unity is clearly kind of meant, I feel like it's designed for 3D. It was a struggle to try and do 2D stuff in Unity. So. But yeah, anyways. I'm also going to add this into the shop node. I'm just using this as a little group. And we're going to have Sprite 3D, and this is going to be the node that displays the current item for sale. So we're just going to plop it right there. I've been using a lot of Sprite 3Ds in this project. They're just pretty nice to use. We're going to billboard Y, make it shaded, and then we can just load in a sprite for the thing, right, like that. Easy, convenient, simple. And just get it sort of positioned in the center of this table, like that. There we go. And I might have like a little sign propped up that says for sale or something, but yeah. What is the Quenfer? What does that mean? I don't know what you mean by that. All right, so this area 3D here. The use is not same layout. I don't know what that means either. So we're gonna say body entered, and this is gonna check for when. Let's say trade check. Actually, let's rename this node because I'd like to see that reflected in the function. And this is only going to be colliding with objects that are on layer 3. So we're going to say if body is an item, specifically an item 2D, or actually we'll just say any item, anything you can throw in here. And then we're going to have like some stuff set up for the shopkeeper, like their current, right? Current trades. Actually, the way that I'm going to do trades now, I don't need that anymore. So we're not going to do that. Let's see. For our shopkeeper, we have some info here. We have the current ID of our shopkeeper. We're going to say var current shopkeeper input ID and var current shopkeeper output ID. Those are both going to be strings. All right, so input ID, this is what we're going to define over in our shop table. There's an if that's invalid here. Just pass that for a second. Yeah, so this is... Yeah, we'll still call this trades, but it's just going to be a list of just one ID that you can get. I don't think I'm going to have multiple input items per thing. Like, if you get a really good trade, you just get lucky, I think, is the whole thing. Then we're going to say input item is going to be a mg.item.metal scrap. We don't have metal scrap as an item yet, so we're going to add that in. Just for now, just for testing, I'm gonna say their input item is just water. So now we can check in here when we say set trader or something, or set shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, current shopkeeper input ID. It's going to be equal to shopkeeper data dot input item, like that. So now let's do some stuff here. If body is item, if body dot ID. Let's see like what that is. Item ID is equal to current shopkeeper input ID. Then we know it's the valid item. So we're going to say body.queueFree. We're going to play the animation on the shopkeeper to give us an epic thumbs up. We're going to say sale plus shopkeeper ID. Random question. Do you have any playtesters for Maze Game? It's really close. I haven't set up playtesting quite yet, just because it's not really like playable. We're really close. I'm just trying to get, I think my priority right now is getting it playable so we can start playtesting. The only thing we kind of need to finish is like damage mechanics. I need to get the level generation working, and also the breakers that spawn in the maze. So never keep it all to ourselves. Yes. Nah. But yeah, it's really close. I'll definitely let everybody know on Discord when we're ready to go for playtesting, because I would love for you guys to be able to try it out. I just don't want to give you something that's completely broken and unplayable, then expect you guys to have fun, like, because it's not going to be fun. But as soon as those base systems are in, what I want to do for playtesting is actually do a Steam playtest. It's just a really easy, convenient way to get people in and start playing the game. So actually, I really need to buy that store credit soon, the application credit, so you guys can start testing it. I'm probably going to do that tonight and just get that in motion so that by the time this is playable, we can have the store page ready to go, and you guys can join the playtest. So I'm just thinking about how I want to handle these animation names. I think we'll do I have a name in here? Yeah, we have animation prefix. So we're going to go down in here. Let's go back up to current shopkeeper. Animation prefix. I know these names are getting pretty long, but it's fine. Animation prefix. Oops. Okay. Does that mean anybody can play test? Yeah, I would like to do... I think I want to do public playtesting very early, because we might do initially a very small playtest. I'm thinking like 10 people or something. I want it to be very focused and like people that are very interested in actually like testing and finding bugs and really like seriously playtesting. And then once that like phase has kind of passed and I've worked out most of those major glaring issues, we can start the big playtest, right? And then get everybody testing all that stuff. So I think that's going to be the play here. Okay, so that's going to play Metalhead Sail. Then we're going to have this like stay on this frame for like 5 seconds. So this is what it'll look like. Maybe let's go, or not 5 seconds, but 5 frames. You get the idea. Let's go up to 8 frames. So she just stays on the thumbs up for a minute and goes back to her idle. So we're going to make that not looping. We're going to connect up some other signals to this. So for animation finished, as soon as that animation is done, we say if shopkeeper.animation is equal to this. Love the help of that big dog. Yeah, you're totally welcome to join in on that if you're interested. I'll be putting up an announcement and kind of you know, giving everybody an official channel to actually sign up and stuff for that, so. Wait, why am I doing this? Okay, I do need to actually check this. So we're going to say if it's equal to that plus sale. We know that we're done with that. And say shopkeeper dot play metalhead idle. It's going to be that plus idle. Yeah, I think for the initial playtest, it's not necessarily only 10 people. I think just as many people as they sign up. So I'll probably generate like 50 keys or something. That I could probably do key distribution because it's a very small thing. But I probably only will do maybe 1 or 2 rounds of playtesting because we did a lot with Starground. I think we did like 4. But the problem with that, it was very, I kept getting in trouble. Discord kept saying, "You're a bot, stop, we're gonna ban you." Because I was just sending too many new DMs to people. And then I tried a different route the next time around. We did a email. I just emailed everybody their keys, but that also had its problems because some people didn't get the email and stuff because it just got marked as spam, and it's tricky. Key distribution is annoying. I wish I just had like a system for it that worked better. I don't know. All right, let's go try this out. So hopefully this works. We throw the water in, she's gonna go, and then she'll go back to idle. Okay, she's already, wait, I have to start her off as being idle. Okay, let's do this up here where we say set shopkeeper. We need to say, yeah, plus idle. Oops, after all this stuff is set. And I think we run that at the beginning, don't we? No, we don't. No wonder nothing's working. MG shop. I think that's what I do for her name. Let me go make sure. Yeah. All right, so that's going to run that and generate all the stuff. So let's try it out. So she's in her idle stage. If I give her some water. Nothing happened. Let's figure out why. Trade check is set to layer 3. Oh, duh. I need to say mask 3. That's the... Let's try this again. If I throw it in, boom, thumbs up, thank you for the trade, and then she goes back to her idle. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and start the spawning. So in here, we're also going to decide what the current item is. We're going to say function choose shop item. And then current shopkeeper output ID, we're going to set to something. Shopkeeper ID, apparently that's not. And we'll choose this initial shop item up here. All right, so we're gonna get that data. We're gonna say shopkeeper data, or actually we want to say global dot. Don't I have a? Maybe I don't have that function in the game yet, but I thought I had a function that'll get the weighted table. I guess not. I guess we haven't done a weighted table yet. So let's go ahead and copy that from Starground. I think it's in mod API. It's like choose weighted loot. We're just gonna copy that. Boom. Back into here. Choose weighted. We don't need an ID. We're actually just gonna pass in the array. And then rangen, we have the potential to pass back or pass in a pre-made number generator so that we can have consistent like seeds with things that spawn. I'm going to be implementing that. I'm going to have a couple different random number generators for different parts of the game so that they're all tied to the same seed. And if we plan a seed, it'll have the same items and the same shop and everything. So I can actually test things if things go wrong. Otherwise, it'll just make a new one. So we're just going to do that for now. For entry and array and array. Sums plus equals entry 0. And for I array and array. Return entry. Oops, rand minus equals entry. And I guess technically we can just return an empty array if something goes wrong, but that should never happen. Yeah, it should be okay. All right, so now we just go back into here. We say current shopkeeper output ID is equal to choose weighted. And we're just going to be passing in shopkeeper data dot trades. I don't know why value of type array cannot be assigned to a variable of type string. It doesn't make any sense. Oh. There we go. Okay, so back into the shops table. We got the trades here. Let's got all the trades. So these are things that we can receive. I'm going to remove water just temporarily, but hot dog, meaty Caesar, nut butter. Let's just see what happens if we get one of those. So the other thing now we're also going to set up is on our choose shop thing. We're also going to set this sprite down here to that ID. So we're going to save our item data. Get our items table get current shopkeeper output ID. And we're going to say this dot sprite texture is equal to item data dot sprite. Boom. So let's see what the frick happens and stuff. So you can see it works. She's going to trade us nut butter for water. Thanks for the water. And then we're going to make that disappear when the trade is successful and pop out the top. So let's go ahead and do that. It's so easy to add stuff in multiplayer, guys. It's wild. So we're going to go up here. We're going to say, let's see, set shop, choose shop item, and or we'll have an optional boolean, which is var empty bool is false. So if empty, otherwise do the other stuff. So that texture will be equal to null. Alrighty. And then down here where we sell the item, we're going to instantly set it to be empty. So we're going to say choose shop item true for empty. And then like on the end of this little animation, we're going to choose a new item that appears. And right here is also where we generate our item that pops up. So we're going to say var new items equal to preload item 2d.scene new item dot, and we're just going to set its position to a point in here that we manually define. So let's do that. We're just going to kind of stuff it up into here. Let's figure out this. Oh god. Okay, that's not very visible. Why is that so... I guess lighting doesn't work in orthographic mode. It's fine. We can do it this way. It's actually like perfectly centered. Alright. So the item will spawn on this node. We're going to call this spawn point. So global position of this new item is equal to that global position. And we're going to say add child, new item. We set the position, snooze the add. And we're also, before we add it, say new item dot item ID is equal to the current shopkeeper output ID. Boom. So watch this, guys. Are you freaking ready? We get a drink. I think that's a meaty Caesar. Take our water, throw it in. Hold on, guys. I forgot to say instantiate. I always forget to do that. Okay, watch this. Take our water. Hot dog. Thank you. I got a freaking hot dog. Incredible. No, I don't have any more water, so I can't trade for the other thing. But here, we're going to relaunch the game, and I just want to observe the thing fall out from the top. Just to make sure, like, he's tweaking. Yeah. Oop, and go in. Yeah, that actually works totally fine, so. And if I put this item in, nothing happens, so she's going to, like, throw it back out if that happens. But yeah. Get wiped up. Yeah. Alright, so if it's an item, if it's the correct item, otherwise in here we're gonna throw that item back out. Because she's gonna be like, no, wrong item. Get this crap out of here, you know? So we're going to add another point, and this is going to be called throw point. So it's just the position she kind of throws it from, which basically is from her position. But I don't want it to accidentally collide with anything, so we do have to be sort of careful. But I think like right there is probably okay. Let's just set the X to 0. Like right there. Call this throw point. So in this case, we're going to say body dot global position is equal to throw point global position. Right? Also in this case, we're going to start playing the other animation, which I'm going to set up some code for like her to be able to talk. We're going to do that whole dialogue thing that we talked about. So this is going to be Metalhead talk, not walk. Whoops. So let's change that all into, we're already good. But right now, we're just going to make sure that it works. So just to be sure. Then we're just going to say if that's equal to that talk. Nothing really happens other than just going back to idle. All right, so that's going to set that. And then we need to set a velocity on this body. So we're going to say body dot linear velocity is vector 3, 0, 0, and the z linear velocity is going to be minus 10. Or no, we are, yeah, setting it, so it should be okay. So let's see if that works. And we're going to attach sounds to these. That's going to be really important for this. So if we throw in the wrong item, she should be like, hey, wrong item, buddy. Let's try it with a rover. Oh, it didn't really throw it back to me, so that's bad. It just isn't doing it with enough oomph. Let's give it like 100, see if that's enough to throw it out. Okay, I don't even know where that went. I think maybe the problem is I'm not giving it the proper linear velocity. I think it might have to be positive. Let's see. Okay, thumbs up. Whoa! Hold on, where did that go? I think I might have put too much velocity on it. Where is it? Okay, I don't even know where the heck that thing went. All right, 100 might be too much. Oh, God. So we got an ad starting in a minute. My apologies, guys. I'm trying to understand what you're doing. Oh, yeah. Try to use a 3D game to get into game dev for the last 2 days in a row. Yes. Yeah, that was a mistake. I'm going to do some 2D dev to learn it, but I'm certainly going to watch you develop. Awesome. Yeah, I usually work on 2D stuff, so I'm more than happy to help you out with 2D. I am very familiar with 2D. I am also kind of learning 3D actively, so it'll be interesting to, I don't know, work through this stuff. But yeah, I think 2D is probably definitely the way to go if you're starting out and want to learn stuff. It's much easier. You don't have to deal with the whole other, oh yeah, there we go. You don't have to deal with the whole other dimension and stuff, so it's pretty good. Yeah, that works pretty well. She just throws it back out. Let me actually decrease the velocity even just a little bit more. Let's go to maybe like 3 velocity and give it a slight upward velocity so that it kind of goes at an arc. Let's see how that looks. That works pretty well, actually. Yeah. He's the guy to learn from. Thank you, thank you. I hope I can be like helpful for people wanting to learn and stuff, because I know it's extremely nice to have somebody to kind of like ask questions and just learn from. Somebody that's already been through it before, you know, and made a game too. So yeah, now she goes into that pose for a minute. She's like, what did you do? Why did you give me that item? And then goes back to idle. So yeah, we're going to work on dialogue. That's the next thing. We have to figure out how to do the bubbles. I don't know how that's going to look, but... Midnight make a click scoreboard. Every time you click 1 to the score. Yeah. That'd be crazy. So yeah, sorry about the ads. Did not have turbo. We're gonna wait for the ads to continue before I answer that question. All right, but yeah, it seems like the throwing is working pretty well. I might even give it just a touch more vertical velocity. See how that looks. Yeah, that's actually like perfect because it just goes at a nice little arc out. Now, what happens if we throw a rover in? It's hard to fit the rover in, so Yeah, we do have to kind of be careful about stuff like that, because the rover... I need to have like some kind of selective collision layer for certain things I don't want to be thrown in here. I think that's what we'll actually do, just so that if it's an item that's not really supposed to go in there, it won't. I mean, I think it is funny to be able to throw your rover in there, but you can see it just does not escape very well. Maybe what I need to do is just set all of its velocities to 0, so like body dot angular velocity is vector 3.0, and body dot rotation is equal to vector 3.0. At least on the X and Z, right? So we could say vector 3, but keep the Y rotation. Like that. I mean, let's see what that looks like. It might be enough, but I don't know. No, it just keeps like colliding with things in there. Yeah, it's just not right. So I don't know how I'm gonna make it escape. It's just that the collision shape is just large and keeps colliding with everything, I think. I mean, I can give it more velocity, but that still doesn't really work. It keeps hitting the wall there, so yeah, I don't know what I'm really gonna do about that. I mean, I am resetting the angular velocity and everything. All right, ads are over, so very sorry about that. But yeah, Midnight Storms, let's see. If he's incredibly knowledgeable, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, I got any suggestion for a first game to try and make? Something to teach the basics. Yeah, there's definitely... I think, there's a lot of different games you could do. I would say one, important thing to keep in mind is just stuff specifically that you shouldn't do. Like, definitely don't start with multiplayer. I would not do an RPG. Anything that requires a lot of work like that, definitely don't do, right? Probably don't do an FPS, because that's multiplayer. But yeah, none of that kind of stuff. Can you lerp it to a shooting point? I could do that. I could just kind of lerp it out and then the item just drops or something like that. That could maybe work. Because I would like some unique dialogue for putting a rover in there. Yeah, honestly, that's my biggest struggle. None of my friends are interested in game dev, so I don't have anyone to talk or learn from. Yeah, no, I totally feel that. Yeah, it can be rough. For sure. Yeah, it is really nice to have somebody to be able to talk to about game dev stuff with. Because it's like, I don't know, just so easy. Like for me, I could literally talk about game development, I think, forever. Like, there's just always stuff to talk about. I don't know. I think it's just because I'm interested in the field, perhaps. Maybe it is something I enjoy, perhaps. But yeah. Also, I should clarify, you have a lot of programming experience. Yeah, I've remade the basic clicking systems. That's cool. Yeah. No, that's really good. Yeah. Okay, well, yeah, if you're at that point, then I think definitely you could start, work, like, actually creating a full-on game. I think there's a couple genres that I always recommend to people for, like, a first kind of game. One that I think is really kind of easy in a lot of ways are roguelites. The thing with a roguelite is you can create a much larger game from a small amount of content, because roguelites, everything's randomized, so you throw in like 10 different enemies and now all of a sudden you've got a huge number of possibilities for how those enemies can combine with each other. It's the same with like anything with a roguelite, right? So that's honestly a really good genre to kind of dabble with. It's very simple. You've got just this little contained thing that resets all the time and you just randomize stuff. It's really easy conceptually. So that's definitely a good option. Another one that's really easy are idle games or incremental games. It's just a super simple gameplay mechanic. A lot of the times you don't need to do player controllers or anything like that. It's just like you're looking at a thing, you click buttons, and a number goes up. That's all incremental games are, right? And of course, you can really flesh them out and make them cool and upgrades and everything, but it's not entirely necessary. So that's always another really solid choice. So I love programming video games. I've always wanted to learn game dev, but art made me scared to jump in. Yeah, art is definitely tricky. I think there's a lot of ways that you can do really good looking art, but kind of avoid the need to be artistic. One thing I would highly recommend is shaders and utilizing shaders a lot. They're not super easy to understand, but luckily there's websites that make it convenient. You can literally just look through here and find some neat looking things, and it can take a very simple looking game into something that's very interesting to look at. There's so many different shaders for completely free on here that you can take advantage of, so I would really recommend doing that. It's a big help for people that, yeah, have trouble drawing out like hard baked textures and stuff. A lot of this stuff is completely procedural, like just even something like this, like just doing some cool warping noise. You don't have to do any drawing at all. It's but you can get some cool stuff this way for sure. Is it not super difficult to make each individual item and think about how they combine with each other? Does that make a game more complex? I personally find that a lot of making a roguelite is like emergent. And what I mean by that is you get these really interesting, complex interactions without intentionally designing them, right? So like, for example, with Maze Game or whatever, right? This idea of the shopkeeper is super simple to implement, and conceptually it's nothing, right? Put an item in, new item comes out. That's the whole thing, right? But just that one little mechanic has this huge butterfly effect on everything else in the game, right? It opens you up for like potential to like save you from death or starvation, and allows you to kind of specialize in what items you want to keep and build more advanced things. You know, it's stuff like that. That's what makes a roguelite, I think, easy in a lot of ways. It's not that roguelites are way more easier than other genres. Every genre has its own tricky difficulty things that you have to worry about, but roguelites have a lot of emergent behavior like that. So you just get more content without having to specifically create the content, if that makes sense. And stuff like a lot of the entities in the game, we haven't implemented a whole bunch yet, but just to go over some possibilities that I see here, right? There's some really interesting things that can start to happen. So you've got this guy that makes noise. Like, that's literally all he does. Super basic guy. But then you also just sprinkle in some of these guys are attracted to noise. Like, really easy things to implement. But it's fascinating to see how these guys kind of work together. Because it's not like you are specifically telling the game or programming, like, when this guy makes a noise, specific, like, you know, stuff like that. But yeah, and just a lot of these entities have these kind of indirect interactions. Like, one that I think is really interesting, we want this guy, he's kind of like a crab guy, and he drops these edible mushrooms, right? That you can get addicted to. And then we've also got this other guy that he doesn't have a design yet, but the crow, he collects food. So this was designed in mind, right, as just collecting regular food that you find around. But we've realized that these two guys actually like completely tie in together, right? That's what's so interesting about this. Like, we didn't intend for this to happen, but it just does. It just happens. Because this guy drops food, and now this crow is going to pick up the food from this guy. It's not that I intentionally designed it to work that way, but I realized that it does. and it's cool. It's just little things like that. That's what makes roguelites in my mind kind of easier to because you get that like exponential building of content the more factors you put into it. But yeah. Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So I have to find my assets to get started. I mean, you don't really have to instantly get assets. I think just starting out with just like text descriptions of your ideas is really all you need to get started. You can always just use placeholder images and stuff for your guys. You can just start with, you know, red square if you want. Visuals can be pretty disconnected from the actual mechanics behind them, right? So it's really good, at least for a roguelite, to be able to like test things and make sure they all work first. Practically every single texture in this game right now is mainly placeholder. I think we're going to be swapping out a ton of these and actually going through and taking a little more care with how they look, so yeah. And a lot of this stuff is also procedural. I use a little program called Filter Forge, and it's nice because it's just a bunch of basically pre-made textures that you can grab, and it has normal maps and everything. So it does cost money, but if you're really serious about development and want to do 3D stuff, it's actually really useful. Yeah, monster spoilers. Sorry about that. I do apologize. It's going to be pretty hard to avoid spoilers watching me develop the game, so just, you know, keep that in mind. But it's okay. The thing is you'll have to, I think the actual experience of seeing and dealing with the monster is completely different from the concept, if that makes sense. So I don't think spoilers will matter too much. Sorry if I'm bombarding you with questions. No worries at all. I think it's, you know, good to go over this kind of stuff. But yeah. Yeah, first rep has been able to talk about this. Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, I mean, I'm totally happy to answer any questions you've got. I think it's honestly also just kind of, I think it's a good thing for me too to answer questions. It makes me think about things and, you know, I don't know, it's interesting. Like, it's definitely not a bad thing. It doesn't, don't worry about stalling the stream or whatever, because it's not. I think that's what streaming, at least to me, is about. Like, God, we get to ask questions and theorize and learn, and I think that's what's good about streaming. You know, streaming, the whole idea is that it's interactive, so that's the strength it has over like YouTube videos and stuff, is you can, you know, actively, like, you can interact, right? You can have a live conversation. So no, I do always really appreciate any questions. Yeah, it's good listening back. Yeah, and keep it coming. Yeah, and I imagine it's like, I don't really watch a ton of streams, but I bet that's, if I was more of a stream viewer, I think that's what I would kind of enjoy about it. It's just kind of listening in. I think I'm not really much one for like initiating conversation, but I always think it's really interesting to listen in on like just other questions people are asking, because it's always really useful. Questions, are any other new projects besides the fishing game and maze game? There's not any that are 100% like confirmed, I would say. I like maze game and Lured In will be finished and released on Steam, so I can guarantee that with both of those two. I do have ideas in the background. I don't know. Yeah, it's still up in the air of whether they're going to be fully realized or not. So it's hard to say. But I can show you guys the ideas, because I don't care. They're super rough. These are just extremely simple, kind of quick little summary of these ideas. I haven't really fleshed them out that much, but so like this is one game I was thinking about, just sort of inspired by playing Voices of the Void, because I think it's a cool game. But I always think Antarctica is a very interesting environment, and it's not something that we really get like a lot of exposure to. Like, we've seen a billion trillion games where it takes place in a forest, you know, or somebody's house. But being, like, Antarctica, I feel like is more of an untapped environment in gaming. And it allows for a lot of really interesting mechanics, too, so... Like, you know, dealing with that extreme cold, I think it's a good survival mechanic. So this game would be about... it would basically be a simulation game. Sort of like how it is in Voice of the Void, you're managing this, like, trying to keep this base in Antarctica running and survive, but also at the same time you have, like, these goals. Basically, you're a researcher drilling ice cores, right? I think there's a lot of potential with this kind of game for some horror elements. Maybe it'd be really cool if, like, yeah, like each time you drill out an ice core, like something crawls out of it, and now you've got this new monster in the world that you have to deal with. Stuff like that. I think it could be really fun. House MD, yeah. But just a random idea. Don't know if it's ever gonna happen or what, but... yeah, let's talk about this one. Insane Aquarium is a really cool, fun game that I love. We've been thinking about... This literally, I put this down last night. But I think Insane Aquarium is super cool. And it's such an old game, I feel like there's potential to take that concept and expand. I just kind of randomly was like, what if it was like an RTS, right? Like, it would be like a multiplayer thing where... you both have your own, like, aquariums and you're building up, you're growing your fish to, like, be, like, attack each other, you know? So one player would be, like, the fish in a Insane Aquarium, and the other player is the aliens and monsters that come to attack your tank. But you're both, like, concurrently, like, building up your creatures and tanks and, you know, gathering up money and preparing to, like, destroy each other's tanks, right? Ugh. Choked on my saliva. But yeah, it could be like in aquariums. We also talked about it just being like outside in like a lake or something could also work. But yeah, basically just growing your different fish. They have like different abilities and specialties and stuff, so that like you can prepare your army. Better make that. Yeah, it would be fun. It'd be a really easy game to make, and the multiplayer would be no big deal. It's also sort of inspired by another game I really like, which is Total Annihilation. This is a really old game, but it's super fun. This is just a simple little RTS game, but I've always just loved how just like well balanced this game is. It's really fun. I always enjoy this game. It's just a little RTS. The whole thing is you collect metal and energy, and then you just build up units to attack other people's bases. Very simple in concept. I just think it's executed very well. It's always really fun. There's a ton of maps you can play on too. There's like ones where it's just like a big ice pool in the middle and stuff. It's really fun. I need to play this game again because I always love in this game how the environment kind of completely changes your strategy. Because like weapons have ranges and stuff. So like in this map, there's this massive lake in between you, right? So you've got to like specialize in weapons that are long distance. There's like long artillery weapons and stuff that can deal with terrain like that. And there's also a whole like elevation mechanic in this game, so things have to shoot like over, and it's really cool. It's honestly a pretty technically like cool game for 1997, right? I don't know. Yeah, it's really fun. I think some of like a lot of the elements in this game could apply to the Insane Aquarium remake like that pretty easily. So yeah, it's a fun little game. I'm glad that there's a Steam version of this now, because before it was like only like Vista or whatever. It was like really hard to play it because it just wouldn't run on 10 anymore. But they did this version now, and it's epic, and it runs on my computer. It's really cool. Yeah, this game is also multiplayer, which is awesome. I don't know if this one has like online multiplayer. It might, because it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's really fun though. Yeah, this is one idea. And then also I thought like like I've been thinking a lot about like games like House Flipper and stuff, and I think it could be really interesting. Like it wouldn't necessarily be so much of a, like, I guess it's just a job simulator game, but you're like a scuba diver. That could be kind of fun. I just think it would be cool to like, just all the different environments you can explore. I've seen like a couple videos and stuff of like underwater welding. Like basically this would be like you're an underwater welder. You could also do other stuff like retrieving lost items or whatever, rotating some valves or shipwreck recovery or whatever. But it could be pretty cool. I think like it's another case like the other Antarctica game where underwater scenery is very fascinating and interesting to me. That's kind of fulfilling that fantasy of being able to like go diving and just explore the bottom of a lake. Right? Stuff like that. But yeah, it would have like, you'd basically accept different jobs, make money, upgrade your equipment and stuff, take on larger, more dangerous jobs, you know? Yeah, like this. Like it worked like Power Washing Simulator or House Flipper or whatever. But it could be really neat, I think. The spooky atmosphere, I mean, no, I think this game would have no actual creatures or enemies. It would just be scary because diving already is extremely dangerous, and just that alone makes the game scary. Like having to manage your oxygen and like getting like trapped underwater is like there's some, it's crazy. Like if you watch some videos, there's pressure in the depths like that can be extremely dangerous, and yeah, low visibility too. There's a lot of like just elements about being underwater that's just scary, even though there's not anything like out to get you per se. It's just a dangerous environment. Like but it's crazy, like the power of water pressure is kind of terrifying. There's like so many horror stories of like people like underwater welding and oh yeah, Delta P, exactly, like opening up a gate and getting sucked into the depths and just instantly getting crushed. It's crazy. It's pretty brutal. So I was like, I don't know, just thinking that could be crazy as a video game, you know? But yeah, sharks, you could do sharks, yeah. I mean, there could be creatures. It probably wouldn't be the focus of the game though, right? Maybe there's specific places that you go to where you do actually have to worry about that. Like if you're underwater welding in the ocean or something. Yeah, Delta P I think is scarier than sharks, honestly. That's what I like about this game. The idea is it's like something that's just this normal, you know, thing that's just, it's just physics, right? But it's the fact of how dangerous it can be and how deadly it can be. It's that to me is almost scarier than something that's just a direct threat. I don't know, it's kind of spooky. Yeah, there's like, it's crazy, you know, just this little tiny pipe can just suck you in and crush you instantly. It's like wild how bad things can be. Yeah, there's a lot of like documentaries and stuff about deep like diving accidents, and it's so brutal. It's also that like one video, there's like an underwater oil pipeline, I think, and it's all it is. It's just footage looking at the pipeline. There's a crack in the pipe, and there's just a crab walking along on the pipe. And then he just instantly just gets sucked into this tiny little sliver in the pipe, and he's just gone. And I think that was the moment when I realized just how incredibly powerful and dangerous pressure can just instantly kill you. Like that. It's so brutal. He just crumpled into the... I don't mean to, to put a nasty image into people's heads, but... yeah, new fear, exactly. Like, I think I can make this game pretty scary just based off of that. Easily. Just that whole, like, I don't know, it's really spooky. Like, knowing that if you get a little too close to something, it could just, boom, suck you in and you're done. Like, that whole concept to me is pretty scary, actually. But yeah, this is, I put this link in here specifically. This is a really cool game. This is, the Liquidators of Chernobyl, or just called Liquidators. But this game has no threats, right? There's no enemies or anything. You're literally just walking through Chernobyl and trying to, I think you're opening up the valves to, like, I think it's flushing out the reactor with water. It turned out that was actually a really bad thing and they shouldn't have done that, but they did anyways. But yeah, this game is so, I find this such a fascinating entry into the horror genre, because it's just, there's no active threat, but radiation is a silent killer. And I don't know, it's just scary seeing this thing that you can't even see or feel or know about, but could like destroy you and kill you. It's so ominous and so scary. I don't know. Radiation is very spooky. But it's just stuff like that I think is very I don't know. Horror games like this are my favorite kinds of horror. Like, I'm not super crazy about stuff. I mean, FNAF is a really good game, but it's not necessarily that scary, I feel like. I think ambient horror is way, way, way more powerful to me. You know? Yeah, there's like no jump scares or anything, but it's just super scary. Just like walking into a zone and your Geiger counter goes, you know, and it's like, oh my God, don't walk in there. That's like death zone. But then like realizing that the only way to get through a door or something is by walking in there, and you're like, oh God. It's just it's the dread of having to deal with the situation you find yourself in, you know? I don't know. It's really good though. I think this is one of the like actually scariest games I've seen. And it's not even like supposed to be, that's just what I find so interesting. It's not really like a horror game, but it just is inherently very scary. I like horror like that. Yeah, lets you know you're not supposed to be here without directly telling you exactly. And that's what I think is so cool about this potentially, is like just like a pipe. You just see water gushing in. It doesn't look extremely dangerous or anything, but you see like a fish swim by and just instantly sucked up and crushed. It's like, oh my God, that's way more dangerous than I realized. That kind of thing could be crazy. Yeah, it's just scary. Imagine like your foot gets stuck or something and you're running low on oxygen. That's just a very terrifying scenario to be in, you know? It's like an existential dread or whatever you would call that. Because I don't really want any like jump scares or anything in this for sure, but it's just like, yeah, just like genuinely scary situation, you know? Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, anyways, those are just some ideas I've been kind of writing down on here. I'll probably keep putting more down on here as time goes on. I really enjoy just randomly coming up with ideas like this. It's kind of fun to, you know, I guess like just come up with things and not like daydream, but you know. See Midnight, welcome back. Yeah, anyways. Getting pretty close here to ending stream. Let's see, what do we want to do here? Let's go ahead and do that one thing I said with the collision with the rover, and then I gotta end stream here, unfortunately. So let's just add I think what we're gonna do is basically a pass-through thing. So we're gonna have a static body that's just on the window. So we can selectively choose what kinds of things get to pass through. So we're literally just going to put that boom right there and then just modify our collision shape. So this should stop certain things from passing through that we don't want to fit through the window. I think I can do Alt. There we go. Just like that. And we'll give this a specific collision layer. Let's give it like, I don't know, layer 4. I need to start defining these layers as well. I think it's inside of layer names or something. So Midnight Storms, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, down here, 3D physics layers. So we're going to define one as solid. Layer 2 is entities. Layer 3 is interactable, so stuff like items. Then let's just say layer 4 is shop block. And now when I do that, I can hover over and see actually what the layer is. It's a very small thing, but it's pretty convenient. So now, anyways, let's go into the item class again, and we're going to add that as a collision layer if it is, depending on its information in here. So all we're going to say is rover should not be, like, you shouldn't be able to put it in there. We're just going to have a thing in here that's like, can enter shop. It's true by default. And down in here, we're going to set it to false. So we're going to copy that. Go into item. And now we're going to say right here, if item data dot cannot enter shop, we're going to add onto our collision layer. So we're going to say collision layer, or it's like set collision layer or something. Set collision layer value. Layer number is 4, set it to true. So that's just a super easy automatic way to handle that. So now if we load back into here, we shouldn't be able to pass the rover through, but every other item can. So you can see we can push this through just fine, like nothing's there. Big thumbs up. But then if we try and put the rover through... Okay, my code didn't work. So we got to figure that one out. It might be because I'm saying, no, that should be okay in there. Set collision layer. We say can enter shop. It's false on the rover. So yeah, it should be setting that collision layer right there to true. Did I just forget to set the proper collision layer in the world? Oh, I probably need to set mask. Oh, and actually, I realized that's the wrong thing I'm doing. An item, it's not the layer. I need to set collision mask value. That was the issue. So let's try that now. Masks are basically checking for what to collide with, and then layers are saying what it is. That was something I remember starting out was kind of confused about. But basically it's like this, like, a layer is like saying, I am layer 1, and then a mask is checking for that layer. So like this one can be whatever, its own layer, but if you set the mask to layer 1, it's going to say, if I touch something that is layer 1, I collide with it. So it lets you do some pretty interesting collision stuff like we're doing here. Because now I can pass this through. And then if I put the rover in, you can see it collides. So I can't put the rover inside of the shop anymore. Which is probably a good idea. I do think it's cool to be able to throw it in. But it just doesn't really fit. And it causes a lot of issues, so... But now we're good. You can see it's completely solid. Yeah, collision layers and masks are pretty nice to deal with. Let's throw this item in. Wrong. Bad. Why did you give me that item? That's what she's saying to me right now. Wrong. Bad. Why would you give me that item? Wrong. Bad. Why would you get... Okay, yeah, you get the idea. Yeah, shop stuff does work then. So that's pretty sick. theoretically, it should be pretty easy to swap out the active shopkeeper. I'm going to be working on that tonight. Really, all it's going to be is just running that function. You pass in the new ID, and then it should just change who's standing here. So... And then we add in sound effects and stuff, and this will feel pretty juicy to interact with, I think. So yeah. Cool stuff. Got a little bit of time in on that stuff. That's good. Next, I need to add in the actual resource items, like wood scrap, metal scrap, all those things. Because now I need to start, like, yeah, making them real things in the game. So... yeah, anyways, I think that's going to be it for today. We're just hit 4 hours, so thank you everybody for coming to the stream. I do appreciate it. Yeah, we'll be live again tomorrow at 3 p.m. MST. And yeah, good stuff. We're going to go raid out. Let's raid. I think Blobby's doing stuff. What is this? What's he working on? Rigid body destruction. Interesting, interesting. Let's go raid Blobby. Alright. Yeah, thank you gamers. Feel free to grab Starground on Steam. Next experimental update should be really soon. I just want to wrap up a couple things and then we'll push that. Have you guys start testing that fully. It is shadow dropped on the experimental branch right now if anyone is interested, but... I'm gonna drop my eyes. I will. I think that timer is probably gonna activate in like 1 second. Okay, 5 minutes, yeah. I will though. And yeah, feel free to join the Discord. I will let everybody know when Maze Game is playable. So be on the lookout for that. Hopefully really soon. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for coming in with questions. I always appreciate it. Yeah, let's start this raid. All right. Thank you, gamers. I'll see all of you next time. Hold on, we gotta wait 3 seconds. Okay, bye-bye. Oh, and I will work on your emote, Oshik. It's just I'm busy right now. But yeah, I'll do that after stream. Okay, bye-bye.